Expo 2022. You're most welcome as you're getting your registration and getting your seats. Feel welcomed. We are about to start in a few minutes as we wait for our chief guest and other dignitaries. Karibuni sana. Feel at home. Feel at Kenya. Those who are coming from different parts of the world. Karibuni sana sana. Karibu means welcome if you are coming from across the borders.
Thank you. Thank you, Victoria. We're glad to be running this session, and my name is Byron Anangwe.
My name is Victoria Munga, and we'll be taking you through this 3-day of the conference. We'll be your MCs and moderators. So, usichoke kutuona.
Yes, sir. We're welcoming you. I take this opportunity to welcome our...
Byron, your mic is imelala ama ijaamka? Iko sawa?
Welcome.
Yes.
We have with us our board of directors from the Kenya Space Agency. While we're waiting for the official start, probably you can just wave your hands, please. Thank you.
Karibuni sana.
Yes. And we have been told that our chief guest is in the building, so will be with us in a few moments. Some interlude of music, please. Those outside and at the back, please come to the front seats.
Why do people like sitting behind? Hakuna exam. We'll not be asking questions. So I know some people prefer to sit at the back, but if you could please move forward so that we give space to those who are coming in late. That would be really, really great. I'm so glad to see all of you. I'm so happy to see all of you today. I mean, it's been a long year of COVID-19. We couldn't congregate like this. But, you know, to have a chance to sit and have such a congregation, you know, it's something to be proud of. And thank you so much for making it in time already. We had people here by 7:30. That is, you know, thank you so very much. We have a lot of things lined up for you in the next 3 days. We assure you, you will not waste your 3 days. You'll have a lot of fun, interacting, networking. Make sure you know the person sitting next to you. Don't just sit next to the person you like sitting next to at work. This is a session, 3-day session for networking, learning, and building yourself in the space industry. This is the first time we are holding this conference, and be assured that by the time you leave this place, you'll not be the same in regards to matters space science. Yeah, ukitoka the same way, then I think the problem itakuwa ni wewe tu. So I know we have a lot of expectations. I might be moving to, you know, to you where you are. Just tell me what you're expecting. Sir, I'll start with you. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's your name, sir?
Dr. Mohammed Al-Qusi. I am the head of the Egyptian Space Agency.
Karibu sana. How is Egypt?
Good.
In Kenya, karibu means welcome.
Yeah, thank you, and I am glad to be with you and to attend this important event here.
You're most welcome. What's your expectation, sir?
My expectation is that we should make cooperation. African countries should cooperate. Should be have the slogan "Made it for Africa by Africans," for space.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. And you, karibu sana, sir.
No, mine is karibu tena. Yes.
You've learned a few Swahili words, right?
Yes. So I am Halilu Ahmad Shaba from the Nigerian Space Agency, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Oh, Nigeria, oh, my brother, you're welcome. Let me look for a lady. Beautiful ladies, beautiful ladies. Hi.
Hi. How are you?
How are you, ma'am?
I am fine.
What's your name, ma'am?
I am Martha Wangoi Getahi.
And who do you represent?
The Ministry of Education.
What's your expectation, Martha?
I expect to learn so much from this conference, especially on how Kenya Space Expo supports education.
Wow, we might be, we have the CBC, eh? Sasa, will we be seeing kids trying to make robots?
We are hoping, we are hoping so.
All right, thank you so much, Martha. And okay, I'll go to this side. So, are you okay? Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Okoth Okoth.
All right, Okoth. Hey, Buana. Hey.
I'm not Miguna Miguna.
What's your expectation, Buana Okoth Buana?
I'm expecting to network and get to know more from other people who are from this space.
Thank you so much. As you see, we have guests coming from all parts of the country, all parts of the world, and we just had Okoth Buana is expecting to learn a lot about space. He'll be the next great spaceman. And how are you, sir? Why are you so quiet?
I'm fine, thank you. Yeah.
What do you know about space science? Anything you know about space science?
Yeah, I know that space science can really help us to improve the economy of this country and put Kenya on the world map. So I'm really expecting to learn a lot about space science. Thank you.
All right, and who do you represent?
I represent the Communications Authority of Kenya, so we come in terms of communication. Thank you.
All right, great. Communication Authority of Kenya, that is CA, I believe, and thank you so much. Yes, if you are just coming in, we are at the Space Expo 2022. We have a lot lined up for you. Of course, the theme, as you can see from the board, is leveraging the space capabilities for national development. Some of us think space and you think security, you think, the rockets and all the, you don't seem to know that probably space science can be used in different areas. Education, we have economy, socio-economic issues, and all that. So in these 3 days, we'll be talking about how space is going to help in developing countries, especially Africa. As we see, space is one of the fastest growing industries across the world. And this leaves Africa in a situation where we need to tap into this space science and see how far we can get. I know Nigeria is doing great. South see just how we can develop our countries and nations in this. So karibuni sana. We are about to, in any time from now, waiting for the chief guest. We understand, we've been informed that he's in the building. So as soon as he sets into this hall, we'll be beginning officially. Karibuni sana. be happening in the next 3 days. We have experts in matters space science and technology will be speaking to us. We have academia, we have researchers who will be sharing information and knowledge in the next 3 days right here at the Sarit Center, Nairobi, Kenya. You're most welcome. For those who are just coming in, please find a seat and make sure you know the person sitting next to you. Get to know this is a chance. You not have another 3 days. Make sure you get a contact. Ladies, I'm telling you this, thank me later. Make sure you get to know somebody. I know some of us like sitting next to the people we work with. When will you ever know people? Huh? When will you ever know people? So this is the chance. Please get to know somebody. Get to know where they're coming from. If they're visiting from other countries, tell them about Kenya. We are good people. Hakuna matata. Yes, we are kind people. We love you. We hope that you can love us back after 3 days. Yes. So karibuni sana. Most welcome to the Kenya Space Expo 2022. Our theme, we're going to be looking at how we can use the space science to develop our nations in Africa, in Kenya, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Sudan, Morocco, and all the countries in Africa and beyond. You know, Europe is doing great in space science. We know that. Asia. Where does that leave Africa? That is why we are here, to share knowledge where we can use this very important space science technology to develop our nations. So feel most welcome. Thank you, sir. I see a lot of guests coming in, and I believe any time from now, you know, on our program, we are supposed to have started by 9 officially. That will happen because the chief guest is around. And remember to also visit the booths. We have great innovations showcasing out there, right outside this hall. On your left, if you're, should be on the right, yes, on the right, since you're facing this side. Make sure you visit those booths, see what is being showcased in there. There's a lot of innovations in the space science technology. And just for protocol, if you need to respond to a call of nature, I'll try to use that big English, but we know what it means. If you need to respond to a call of nature, our rooms are outside, right outside this hall. You will see the sign, the ladies and the gentlemen. So make use of those if you need to respond to a call of nature. And on the sides, as we can see, the exit doors. I hate to say this, but in case of an emergency, make use of those exit doors on the side. God forbid. We pray that nothing will be of emergency in the next 3 days. So feel welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are in the Sarit Center, Expo Center. We are at the Kenya Space Expo and Conference 2022. Remember, we have a lot of innovations being showcased out there. You'll be able to see, to learn, and to exchange knowledge out there and see where you want to invest, because you know, it's from seeing that you can make sound decisions. We'll be talking a lot, we'll be talking about data, we'll be talking about how space science can be used in terms of food security in Africa. All the years coming, years we've been seeing a lot of food aid. We ask for food aid from the West. How can we use space science and technology to improve on food security? Do we have to go through hunger periods every year? How can we use this in terms of looking through the weather? We have, you know, all that will be what we'll be discussing in the next 3 days right here at the Sarit Center Expo. And you're most welcome. Please feel welcome again. I'm not alone. I'm with this Mubaba called Byron. Ama.
Thank you, Victoria. We apologize for the late start. Our chief guest has just arrived. But prior to that, please feel free to shake the hand of your neighbor. I'm happy here to be amongst friends, family, and colleagues. And as much as we are starting off with an official cast, we'll be continuing with the official program, and this time, instead of just doing presentations, we want to have dialogues. We'll be engaging continuously. We want to hear what you as scientists need of the space agencies represented here, of us as the experts, in a way that can be then reported and taken up as part of the plans for the next year and the strategic plan that we will go into. Many times as scientists, we are talking to each other, but for the first time, let's try and have a dialogue and consider what do the populace want from us? What does the rest of government intend of us? In Kenya, we call the common man Wanjiko. What does Wanjiko want to hear? Are we doing science for science or science for development? And that's why the theme of the conference, leveraging space capabilities for national development. We have a big group of academia, and we want to listen to them. What do we need as experts in terms of bridging the gap between what is happening in industry and what is being taught in academia? We want to listen to students also. What do they feel about the courses that they're taking? Please, once we open the exhibition area, you can engage more. We have big presence of operators of UAVs. This has started in the last 3-4 years in Kenya, and we are hoping to pick that industry up as a new platform for capturing data for Earth observation and other areas of integration. Victoria, back to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, as Byron has just given us that piece of information, let's talk among ourselves. Let's break that, to the common mwananchi. What does this mean? Where is this taking us? Where are we going? And we shall be doing just good. DJ, do we have something? We'll be in this building in a few minutes. For real, few minutes, because he's around. That I guarantee you. So we'll be starting as soon as the chief guest, the CS, Kenya Defense Forces, will be in the building and will be ready to start. Just to welcome you once again, those who have just walked in, karibuni sana. You are the Kenya Space Expo and Conference 2022. Welcome our members of the press, karibuni sana. You're here to make sure that this information gets to everybody across the world, within and outside Nairobi. Thank you so much for your good job. You're most welcome. Byron, what's your expectation?
I'm looking forward to heartfelt discussions which will enable us drive the science agenda.
Tell me one thing you know about space technology. You know rockets, you know satellite. Okay, we shall forgive you for that. Just an announcement, those of us who are at the exhibition booths, please come into the hall. We'll have a chance to go to the exhibition booths and learn from what is going on there. But for now, before we officially start this event, please do come into this hall so that we can start together.
Once the chief guest enters the room, I'll request all of us to stand.
The chief guest is walking into the
Please rise.
room. Please let's stand and welcome the chief guest, the CS.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you, Honorable. Permission to proceed? National anthem, please. Sir, please be seated. Word of prayer, please.
Let us pray. Our Father and our Lord, we are grateful for this day, as a nation and as an agency, to host Kenya's first Expo and conference. We thank you for we have seen immense support by our local and international partners during this event. As we commence this event, we invite you, O Lord, to be our guide and our help, for the government, that we may understand the needs of the people of Kenya, for the stakeholders, that we may gain insight on the sector and respond to it, and for the people of Kenya, that this may be their platform and opportunity to participate, to shape the space sector they want. We thank you. For this we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Jambo, good morning and a warm welcome to Nairobi, to the Space Agency. And we've planned an eclectic program for us all, and we'll be very excited to hear the discussions to guide the next movement of the Space Agency. Entertainment, please. I think they're not ready. We'll go after the speeches then with that. Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of Defense, Honorable Peter Odoyo, His Excellency Governor of Vihiga, Dr. Wilbur Otichilo, Director General, Nairobi Metropolitan Services, Lieutenant General Mohammed Badi, Director General, Directorate of National Security Industries, distinguished representatives of Kenya government ministries, departments and agencies, CEOs of partner national space agencies from the region, representatives of diplomatic corps and intergovernmental organizations, the chairman of the Kenya Space Agency Board of Directors, Major General Retired James Arwasa, members of the KSA Board of Directors, Acting Director General of the Kenya Space Agency, Colonel Hilary Kipkoskei, staff of the Kenya Space Agency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Welcome, and will not take much time. We apologize for the late start, and I'll call upon the Director General acting of the Kenya Space Agency to make some opening remarks. Sir.
Our chief guest, the Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of Defense, Honorable Peter Odoyo, the Governor of Vihiga County, His Excellency Honorable Dr. Wilbur Otichilo, the Chairman of the Kenya Space Agency Board of Directors, Major General James Arwasa, CEOs of state corporations present. I see Mr. Emil Erao of the DG KCA and other CEOs, Vice Chancellors of our public universities, the Director General of Directorate of National Security Industries, Major General Manambo, distinguished guests and speakers, senior government officials from stakeholder ministries, departments and agencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this inaugural Kenya Space Expo and Conference 2022. The Kenya Space Agency is honored and privileged with your attendance and participation at this conference. This event is part of continuing efforts by the agency to create awareness and sensitization on the important role of space sciences, technologies, and applications in our socioeconomic development. This conference brings together actors in the Kenyan space ecosystem to continue the conversation that we began in February 2021. It is an opportunity for all of us to take stock of where we are and where we are going. In this particular conference, themed Leveraging Space Capabilities for National Development, we are seeking to achieve two critical objectives. Firstly, to create national awareness through showcasing some of the benefits of space science, technologies, and applications in our national socioeconomic development. And secondly, to nurture and promote the development of our national space ecosystem that is robust, innovative, competitive, and responsive to the needs of the country. In this conference, we have extended invitations to external industry players, CEOs from partner agencies dealing with space matters in the region, and professionals and experts around the world to share their insights and perspectives on space economy and the role that space plays or can play in socioeconomic development of our nation. We are truly privileged that many of them honored our invitations and are here with us today, while others will be joining us in the next 2 days. We are also highly encouraged by the level of interest in and participation in this first ever Space Expo and conference in our country. We look forward to great interactions and exchange of ideas. To cater for diverse interests on space science, technologies, and applications, we have prepared concurrent sessions covering the following areas of applications over the next 3 days of this conference. And these are Earth observation and remote sensing applications, which will be in this hall, Arabuko Hall, and then space systems engineering, which will be in Ma meeting room, and thirdly, space science and astronomy, which will be in Mwina meeting room. In addition, we have exhibitions where close to 30 exhibitors are showcasing their products, services, and innovations. Hope you find time to sample the various offerings. The Kenya Space Agency's main role is facilitatory. We want to make Kenya a hotspot for space business. We are open to ideas that will help us make progress in the growth of our space sector. We are ready and willing to engage with industry players locally, regionally, and internationally to explore areas of mutually beneficial collaboration and partnership in the utilization and exploitation of space, as well as the development of our space sector. Before I invite the chairperson of the Kenya Space Agency Board of Directors, I would like to recognize the presence of the following dignitaries and guests in our presence. We have the Director General of the Nairobi Metropolitan Services, Lieutenant General Mohamed Badi. We have Dr. Val Mansami, the Chancellor of the International Space University, Republic of South Africa, and immediate former CEO of the South African National Space Agency, who will be one of the keynote speakers today. I also have colleagues, fellow CEOs of space agencies or organizations responsible for space matters from the region. These are Dr. Mohamed El Kusi, the CEO of the Egyptian Space Agency. We also have Dr. Halilu Hamed Shaba, the CEO of Nigeria Space Research and Development Agency. We also have Dr. Samuel Donko, the President of Ghana Space Science and Technology Center. We also have Mr. Murad Mohamed Osman, the CEO of Sudanese National Committee for Space, SUNAX. There are many other dignitaries among us who, because of time, I will not be able to mention them by name, but we recognize and appreciate your presence. Thank you very much. I want to thank our sponsors and partners for the support in making this event possible. In particular, I want to appreciate the support provided by the following bronze sponsors. 1, EASRI, Eastern Africa, the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development, Africultures, National Research Fund, Digital Earth Africa, and ASC Clyde Space. I also want to thank our media partners, the Nation Media Group and Space in Africa, for the promotion and publicity support they have provided us. I now invite the chairman of the KSA Board of Directors, Major General Retired James Arwasa, to make his welcoming remarks before inviting the CAS. General Arwasa, sir.
Round of applause, please.
Our chief guest, Honorable Peter Odoyo, the Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of Defense, Your Excellency, Honorable Dr. Otuchilo, Governor, Vihiga County, the Director General, Nairobi Metropolitan Services, Lieutenant General Mohammed Badi, the Director General, Directorate, National Security Industries, Major General Solomon Manambo, distinguished guests, distinguished board members, and staff of the Kenya Space Agency, led by the Acting Director General, fellow stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start, if I request the members of the distinguished board of the Kenya Space Agency to please stand and face the audience so that they can see you. Members of the board that are present this morning, I thank you. Please be seated. It is with immense pleasure and great honor that I welcome you all to the inaugural Kenya Space Expo and Conference 2022. Nairobi has had the privilege of hosting 2 inaugural conferences focused on the space sector, with the New Space Africa Conference 2022 having been held recently from the 25th through the 27th of April 2022, and now this Kenya Expo and Conference 2022. The Africa Union Commission has also designated Nairobi to be the host of the inaugural Africa Space Week, to be held later this year in September. These events demonstrate the confidence and aspirations of the region in Kenya's potential and vantage position in the regional space industry. This recognition comes with expectations and responsibilities on our part. The Kenya Space Agency Board of Directors, which I chair, is in its second term, having been reappointed in October 2021, and the board is fully constituted with representation from key stakeholder government ministries and select professionals with backgrounds in defense and security, environment, satellite communications engineering and infrastructure as independent board members. The board provides strategic guidance and exercises oversight over the agency in the development and implementation of space programs and activities in line with the Kenya Space Policy 2015 and the Kenya Space Agency Strategic Plan of 2020 to 2025. The Kenya Space Agency Strategic Plan focuses on enhanced utilization of space services, development of national space capability, sector leadership and coordination, corporate positioning, and institutional sustainability. The agency seeks to enhance utilization of space services and space-derived data in our socio-economic development and to aid in the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. This needs to be underpinned by an indigenous space capability that also contributes to national economic goals and aspirations as indicated under Vision 2030. The Kenya Space Agency is mandated to promote, coordinate, regulate space-related activities in the country. As part of the initial effort to better understand the needs and aspirations of the stakeholders in the space sector, the agency hosted Space Sector High-Level Forum dubbed the Kenya Space Sector We Want a Conversation, the 25th of February 2021. This was largely an internal discussion among ourselves on the steps that we need to take as a nation to grow the space sector. This conference and Expo has been conceptualized to continue the conversation around the synergy needed to realize a thriving space economy and space industry in the country. We have expanded the conversation to a broader and larger audience and have invited partners and experts from the region and internationally to share their insights and experiences on how to grow the space industry in Kenya for the benefit of national development. We have also added an exhibition to give opportunity to actors in Kenya's space ecosystem to tell their story and also give opportunities to young startups to showcase their innovations and present their ideas. In our history since independence, Kenya has demonstrated leadership in space matters. We sited the first sub-Saharan African satellite communications Earth station at Longonot in 1970 and provided telecommunications connectivity between the East Africa and the rest of the world. Earlier in 1964, Kenya signed a cooperation agreement with Italy that led to the establishment of a sounding rocket and satellite launching facility off Malindi, then referred to as the San Marco project. The first satellite was successfully launched into orbit from the facility in 1967. The facility is still operational and now operates as Luigi Broglio Malindi Space Center focusing on providing satellite telemetry, tracking and command services, and continues to provide crucial astronomy and scientific data to the research community around the world. The agreement between the Kenya and Italian government over the facility has since been renegotiated and renewed with more tangible benefits to the Kenyan space sector, to include human technical capacity building, technology transfer, and access to Earth observation data, among others. These two examples demonstrate the leading role Kenya has played in the past in international cooperation on space, and we cannot afford to lose leadership role going forward. The agency is actively involved in pursuing other international collaboration with other partners. As stakeholders and players in Kenya's space ecosystem, your inputs and recommendations are valuable to us in aligning our policy programs and activities to better nurture and stimulate the growth of a vibrant indigenous space sector. Over the 3 days of the conference and Expo, we will be keen to listen to you with a view to building on gains we have already made together so that we can truly space activities and capabilities for our national development. I thank you all, and it is now my distinct pleasure to invite our chief guest, Honorable Peter Odoyo, the Chief Administrative Secretary for Defense, to deliver his opening remarks and open this Expo and Conference 2022. Welcome, CAS.
Governor, are you listening to me?
Check.
The Governor of Vihiga, His Excellency Wilberforce Otichilo, the Chair of the Kenya Space Agency, Major General James Arwasa, General Badi, the Director General of Nairobi Metropolitan, the other heads of the departments in the ministry, in the Kenya KDF, the CEO of Kenya Space Agency, Colonel Hilary Kipkoskei, distinguished guests coming from Kenya and abroad, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Honorable Peter Odoyo. I'm the Deputy to Eugene Wamalwa, the Minister for Defense. And I want to start by passing his apologies. He was called at last minute to attend to other national duties. Therefore, you will have to bear with me, and you'll have to make do with me for the time being. Let me say that 53 years ago, before I read the speech, specifically 21st July 1969, the 5 astronauts who were in Apollo 11, the late Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, the late Michael Collins, Charles Duke, and the late Peter Conrad, landed in the moon. And the famous, one of the most famous statements ever made by mankind was, "That's one small step for man and one giant step for mankind." All of you are space enthusiasts. I am sure that you know about that particular statement. Since then, the space has exponentially grown. And we are here really today as affirmative to confirm indeed that this space technology is no longer merely going to the moon. It is now a whole economy, it's now a whole sector, and is growing by the day and by the night, both in security, technology, transport, aviation, communication. It's becoming the true future of the earth, including health. So perhaps it's proper that I start by reading the speech of my minister. It is my pleasure to join you in this auspicious expo and conference. I wish to thank the Kenya Space Agency, board and management for the initiative to bring together the stakeholders in Kenya's space ecosystem, as well as our international partners and professionals to this conversation. To our guests coming from the region and other parts of the world, we appreciate that you are able to join us. We hope you enjoy your stay in Nairobi, and we'll find time to sample some of our offerings here in the city and around the country. Space has indeed become the new domain for competition among world powers. But beyond that, it is also the new frontier of investment, with many nations seeking to get a piece of the lucrative pie. Gone are the days when only the world powers had the means and capabilities to explore and exploit outer space and the celestial bodies. The 21st century has seen an explosion of new space companies leading the charge in exploiting outer space for commercial gain. I take note of the Director General of the South African Space Agency, who's also with us, and Elon Musk is a pioneer in this area. South Africa, we hope to find time one day he'll visit us. This affords a chance for developing and emerging new spacefaring nations like Kenya to participate and take a stake in the global commons and leverage on the opportunities for national development. Kenya's first international cooperation on space exploration was with the Italian government through the San Marco project established in 1964, as already said by Director General, in Malindi. This saw the launching of the first satellite named Uhuru in 1970 from the Kenyan soil in Malindi to study celestial bodies using X-ray astronomy. Granted, at the time and for several years that followed, our nation did not take full advantage of the opportunities that existed then. I'm happy to note that with the establishment of the Kenya Space Agency, there is a reawakening of the nation to take its rightful position among the spacefaring nations, not for exploration, but to seek solutions to the challenges to be contend with and to better the lives of our people. As a nation, we seek to maximize the exploitation of space capabilities to augment other efforts towards achieving our development goals envisaged under the Vision 2030 and the Big Four agenda. Vision 2030 aims to position Kenya as an industrializing middle-income country, providing a high quality of life to all its citizens by 2030 in a clean and secure environment. Space technologies and applications increasingly find. General, may I have that water, please? I have some water in there. There's some flu that's moving about. When I was in the UK, they used to call it Russian flu. When I went to Russia, they call it the English flu. So, may I continue? I'm happy to note that with the establishment of the Kenya Space Agency, there's a reawakening of the nation to take its rightful position among the space-faring nations. Not for exploration, but to seek solutions to the challenges we contend with and to better the lives of our people. As a nation, we seek to maximize exploitation of space capabilities to augment other efforts towards achieving our development goals envisaged under Vision 2030 and the Big Four agenda. Vision 2030 aims at positioning Kenya as an industrializing middle-income country, providing a high quality of life to all its citizens by 2030 in a clean and secure environment. Space technologies and applications increasingly find use in a wide range of human activity, including more accurate climate and weather monitoring and prediction, environmental monitoring, agriculture and food security, water and forest resources management, land and physical planning, efficient transportation and navigation, access to healthcare and education, disaster risk mitigation, and humanitarian assistance, and also emerging very fast defense and security, just but to mention a few. The list of impactful space applications is really endless, with more and more applications being developed by the day, which offer enormous opportunities for our innovative, highly skilled and talented young minds in our country. I'm happy to note that some of these young men are already seizing the opportunities, and some will be showcasing their works during this conference. To the young men, this is your future. This is your time. Ladies and gentlemen, for a country such as ours that relies on agriculture as a key contributor to our GDP, a system that accurately predicts our crop yields, monitors the ecosystem, provides early warning for crops under environmental stress or pest infestation, greatly helps in timely interventions to avert potential losses. Assure food security, and prevent human suffering. You're all aware of the havoc that desert locusts recently posed to our crops and vegetation. In fact, the governor of Vihiga and also the western part of Kenya suffered quite a lot due to pests. It is gratifying to note that space-based platforms and applications were instrumental in mapping the affected areas and helping in directing effective response. According to studies by UNOSA, this is United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs, 65 out of 169 SDG targets, approximately 40% can benefit directly from the use of geolocation and Earth observation satellites. This means that Kenya can make significant progress in realization of SDGs if we leverage space technology and applications and make deliberate, appropriate investment in these satellites. Towards this end, I'm happy to note that Kenya Space Agency, through collaborative efforts with local and regional and international partners, is focusing on capacity building and investing in development of Earth observation satellites for climate change and environmental monitoring in the region. Two examples are worth mentioning here. gentlemen, I was on a short sick leave, but I was, as you know, when your minister orders you, you must move very fast. So bear with me if occasionally I take short interludes as I read this speech. Firstly, in partnership with a local startup, Sayari Labs, and Endurosat from Bulgaria, the agencies involved in the development of a small Earth observation satellite for climate change monitoring. The development is at an advanced stage, and the satellite Taifa Sat-1 is expected to go into orbit early next year, 2023. Secondly, the Kenya Space Agency, in partnership with space agencies from Egypt, Ghana, Nigeria, Sudan, and Uganda, are collaborating with developing a 6U Earth observation satellite through the African Development Satellite Initiative, AfriDevSat, under the mantra, Build for Africa by Africans. These satellites and several others after them will augment existing systems and provide data and information to better inform decisions on satellite change and climate change, monitoring, mitigation, and adaptation in our country. Kenya appreciates the role played by international partners such as UNOSA, Italian Space Agency, Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, JAXA, for their support in capacity building initiatives and helping to bridge the space technology divide between the industrial north and the developing south. UNOSA specifically has been particularly instrumental in championing the access to space for all initiative targeted at building space capabilities in developing and emerging spacefaring nations through its triangular approach. The triad of collaboration on capacity building involving UNOSA and established spacefaring nations such as Japan and a developing emerging nation like Kenya. Through technical assistance and cooperation from UNOSA and JAXA, Kenya launched its first satellite, one KUNS PF, first Kenyan University Nano Satellite Precursor flight, made by the University of Nairobi, with assistance from the Japanese Kibo module in the International Space Station into low Earth orbit, which was done on May 2018. One KUNS PF was an experimental capacity building project. It remained in orbit for 2 years before deorbiting in 2020. Further, through support from UNOSA and the Airbus Defense and Space, the Kenya Space Agency is partnering with peer agencies in Egypt and Uganda to develop the high-resolution climate camera, CLAIM-CAM, payload that will be flown for free at the Airbus Defense and Space Bartholomew module in the International Space Station. Through this project, the nations will be able to acquire satellite imageries from the CLAIM-CAM for climate change monitoring in the region. Another recent award, in December 2021, again through facilitation from UNOSA, is the partnership between the Kenya Space Agency and the KDIS, Institute of Applied Mathematics, to host an optical telescope at Olorgesailie, which is a prehistoric site in Kajiado country, which will be useful for research in space science and astronomy by university students, as well as for general space situational awareness. Ladies and gentlemen, the above are just but a few examples and exciting steps taken by the Kenya Space Agency in capacity building and raising the stature and visible presence of Kenya among the developing emerging spacefaring nations of the world. Locally, the Kenya Space Agency is investing in a ground receiver station for Earth observation satellite data acquisition. The agency is also working with universities and startups on design, development of satellite systems, and development of applications that harness space-derived data. On our part, the Kenya government is committed to providing the necessary resources to support the initiatives aimed to further developing our national space capability, including infrastructure, and enable the country derive from the benefits that accrue with utilization of space services and technologies. In 2019, the Africa space industry was worth approximately 7.4 billion, and is projected to grow to about 10.3 billion US dollars by 2024, experiencing about 40% growth in this short span of time. This provides an immense business opportunity for Kenyan private sector, space industry players, and particularly startups in the development and applications of data analytics and processing, among others. Kenya gladly welcomes foreign investment in development of both horizontal and vertical infrastructure, including commercial launch facility to take advantage of the geographical position along the equator, which leads to fuel cost savings for equatorial rocket launches. Accordingly, we welcome potential partners interested in investment in the following commercial activities, among others. 1, telemetry tracking and command services. We welcome you. Space traffic management using ground-based radar system. You are welcome. Development of spaceport, which includes launch facilities. You are welcome. And number 4, small satellite constellation development for dual use, Earth observation, application for civilian and security use. Kenya is ready for business. Dear stakeholders, the Kenya space policy drawn in 2015 is now subject for review to be in sync with the recent development and the industry trends. The Kenya Space Agency has also initiated the drafting of the Kenya First Space Bill. I invite all of you to participate fully in providing your inputs in the policy review and the Zero Draft Space Bill during the ensuing stakeholders engagement. We shall table this with the next Parliament, which will begin sometime in October this year. So I hope you'll put it on your website so that they can access it as quick as possible and have their comments. Parliament will also do their own due diligence at their own time. I equally urge the Kenya KSA Board, Chair, and management to fast-track the processes to facilitate timely enactment of a robust and enabling legal and regulatory framework to foster the growth of our space agency. It has to be a bit liberal so that we're able to attract as many minds as possible. This is a game. This is a playground for the best of our Kenyan youth, talent, academia, and those who are able to make it. So it has to be such that it's available, accessible, so that we have as many people as possible who are able to participate in this space agency. The conference, and thank you, Mr. Chair and the CEO, is a first of its kind in this country, and is an expression of Kenya's determination of utilizing space science and technologies to improve the lives of its people. As government, we will be keen to listen to the recommendations and outcomes to inform our policy interventions and priorities for the growth of Kenya's space program, and align our policies as well as Kenya Space Agency programs and activities to be in sync with aspirations of the stakeholders and local space ecosystem. We are grateful to the international speakers, local and international, from across the globe who have come to join us and share their insights and experience on how to grow our space sector. In conclusion, I wish you all a useful deliberation that will enrich decision-making at all levels towards truly leveraging space capabilities for our national development. It is now my singular pleasure to declare the Kenya Space Expo and Conference 2022 officially opened. I thank you and karibuni.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I think, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will stop right there.
Thank you so much, sir. We can appreciate him more, please. Let's clap until he sits. Thank you again. Right now, we are ready for our next item. On the program, we have KCA has prepared a video for us, a summary of what, let me not speak much, you'll see the video for yourself. So we are ready for the next item, which is the video. Members of the press, we appreciate your concern. We'll be having a press session right after this, so relax. Waswahili wanasema, okay. The youngsters say chillax, so just chillax. We are ready for the next KCA video, please. Meanwhile, Sarakasi dancers, please get ready.
The story of space has been told through incredible innovations and developments. And now, we're in an era where we earthly humans rely on satellites out in space to connect us and move us around the globe and help us better understand our planet and the universe.
Kenya's space industry has grown significantly since the first satellites were launched into orbit from Kenyan territory in 1967. This development is encapsulated in activities and investments made by the Kenyan government in leveraging use of outer space for national development.
Our key aspiration is to achieve enhanced utilization of space services and space-derived data for our national socio-economic development, underpinned by an enabling national space capability and a thriving space economy.
The agency is currently involved in a number of activities. We are targeting the key sectors of our economy to leverage space capabilities in finding solutions to our challenges. These include agriculture, and with a focus specifically to food security, environmental monitoring, and natural resources management with focus on land use, water resources, mining, forest cover, wildlife, and blue economy, among others. We are working with Agriculture and Food Authority on capacity building and to develop products on pilot basis on sugarcane crop mapping in the Lake region, with a view to characterizing land under sugarcane plantations for better yield estimation. We have also worked with the Kenya Forestry Services to develop mapping products showing forest cover trends in the Kibiko, Ngong, and Aberdare forests to inform on effectiveness of afforestation programs. And we have also worked with the Nakuru County government to develop mapping products that show trend of urbanization in the county. We intend to extend this to provide mapping for utilities and social amenities.
Under research, we have a number of projects as well. We are currently running what we're calling the research grants, which were launched last year, where we are awarding universities the opportunity to do research and then give us some of the products. So we are focusing on space engineering, space science and astronomy, as well as applications in Earth observation. This year we have 3 grants that are currently running. We have one on nanosatellite development. We have under Earth observation applications, we have one on land cover mobile app data collection app. We have another one that is focusing on small-scale crop mapping using artificial intelligence and machine learning. And the idea for having these programs is essentially to try and catalyze some research at the university level.
The VC himself constituted a team to be able to compete with the other universities for the grant that were being put forward for research operational space weather.
With a timely prediction and from a number of centers that will be located across the country, Kenya Space Agency seeks to establish a database that, when such data is analyzed, will be able to be used to give timely predictions about space weather.
We collaborated with the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology and also University of Eldoret to ensure that we work together and we deliver the project, and indeed we were awarded in November 2020 for the project.
The project has benefited me as a student by gaining skills on fieldwork and also knowing how, when I finished university, what to expect. Also, I've gained a lot of skills in my area of programming.
We are working with one of our engineering startups to develop a 3-unit nanosatellite called Taifa Moja. This nanosatellite will be able to acquire images in a multispectral band as well as a chromatic band. This will be used for natural resource mapping and spatial planning.
Space infrastructure is very important in terms of developing a nation's capability in space. This can be in the form of developing ground stations, this can be in the form of doing launch facilities, and in having space segments such as satellites and the like. For Kenya's space agency, we are highly committed in developing this capability, and the Broglio Space Center is a key partner in this endeavor. On our trajectory where we would like to develop capability of launching satellites and other space-based vehicles from our territory, and to provide an avenue for tracking and controlling the same right from our territory.
Space offers numerous opportunities to support our Vision 2030 and its key driver, the Big Four agenda. Enhancement of food security, increasing the manufacturing base, the development of affordable housing, and universal healthcare coverage can all benefit from developments and investments in Earth observation applications and satellite manufacturing. Deepening the different subsectors provides numerous opportunities to the private sector to build on the favorable policy environment and to innovate out of the current challenges in the industry. Regionally, Kenya seeks to contribute to the African Union's Agenda 2063 through collaboration with our peers and international partners in efforts such as the African Development Satellite Initiative and various programs supported by our partners such as GMES and Africa Initiative.
We have several collaborative projects such as the AFDEFSAT and Bartolomeo project. The AFDEFSAT is an African Development Satellite, which is a 6U³ satellite that is being developed by 6 countries, which include Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, Egypt, Ghana, and Sudan. The mission of the African Development Satellite is to monitor climate change and find ways for mitigating the climate change.
The United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs is very instrumental in doing this and has supported us by awarding us several grants and programs. One of these projects is the Bartholomew Climb Camp project, where we host a payload together with the Egyptians and the Ugandan space programs to host a payload or a climate camera on the International Space Station. Another award that we have managed to get is the ISONSCOPE project, which is based on a telescope that will be located in Olonges Island within Kajiado County to track space debris and other near-Earth objects.
Which is a crucial activity in ensuring the safety of space-based assets such as satellites. The telescope will also be made available to researchers, students, and the public, and will allow them to collect their own space data for space-related projects and research.
Developing a national space capability is a highly intensive, very expensive, and very engaging effort. In that regard, Kenya Space Agency is on an ongoing basis trying to build this capability by investing in infrastructure, by investing in its personnel, and in developing an ecosystem that will be able to sustain this.
Let's appreciate KSA for that video. Thank you so very much. I would like, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Director General, Nairobi Metropolitan Services, General Mohammed Badi. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. Please let's appreciate. So right now we have all city dancers ready for an entertainment session. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we have delegates visiting from across the borders. Kenya is not just rich with the culture of food, good food, and we also dance. So we're going to show you just a taste of what you can get from Kenya. We don't just run, we also dance. So all city, the stage is all yours. Thank
round
you.
of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes, yes, yes.
Allah. Allah. Ish.
A round of applause, please. This, Your Excellencies and guests, this is part of space culture. This is part of our rich space culture. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oye, Mboresina. Oye, Mboresina. Oye, Mboresina.
Thank you so very much, all city dancers. Wow. DG, I didn't know you could shake kidogo, yeah? Governor Tichilo, salute. Thank you so very much. Please, disclaimer, don't try that at home, especially the aerobics. Please don't try that at home. It was for entertainment. Thank you so much. Byron, please take us to the next session.
Thank you, thank you. A big round of applause, please, again. Chief guests, with your permission, we request a small session of official photographs. Will not take too much time, then go to the opening of the exhibition, and then we'll proceed with the rest of the program. So please, DGs of the African Space Agencies, stakeholders, ministries, departments, and agencies, KSA senior management, sponsors, please be on standby. Some of the board members can stand, please, and stand at the back. Gentlemen, thank you. DGs of space agencies, international organizations, MDAs, please, CEOs, distinguished guests, please join at the back. Chief sponsors, please be on standby. Sponsors on standby, please. Sponsors, please come to the stage. Sponsors. Any sponsors remaining? Sapienza. Your Excellency, CS, I think we need to do some work. I'm just seeing all men. We are not satisfying the 30, the majority. Senior management of KSA. Senior management, quickly. Senior management of KSA. DG of KSA, I thought your senior management is young fellows. They're riding very slowly. This side. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. A big round of applause. And as we get down to the stage, board members and chief guests, we proceed to open the exhibition.
Thank you so very much, Byron. And members of the media, please be reminded that we'll have a session with you right at the room behind you, where you can have a chance to ask questions and get the best stories for your publications. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now exhibitors, please be sure that you're in your booths. DJ, please. We are also taking a short health break, and we should be back here in 10 minutes for the next session, the plenary session. We'll have a lot of presentations to be made, and we'll have a chance to ask questions. So please, let's take a quick health break, stretch kidogo, then let's be back here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
Si lazima umalize. We are ready for the next session, please. I hope you can hear me. Tea break, you have 2 minutes. Our catering team, if you could please hurry with that serving of the tea and snacks so we can continue. We already have delegates seated and we don't want to waste their time. So please hurry up. Asante sana. Can I?
Good morning.
Good morning, teacher.
And today we are going to look at some of the globe protocols. So those girls who are to go through the cloud protocol, maybe you can take us through your session. The floor is yours.
Cindy, what type of cloud are you seeing? Stratus. How many percent is it? 10%. 10%.
One of the challenges we faced when we started implementing the GLOBE program was the issue on the equipment.
The wind is flowing from the north to south.
Here in Kenya, we have what we call the digital divide, where people within cities and towns have access to more updated resources, while people in remote areas might not have that access to those technologies.
With this rain gauge, we use it to measure amount of rainfall.
As a teacher, I guided the girls in making those weather instruments. So because here we have the local materials that is available, the girls improvised the instruments that they were using today.
To learn about environment, I think it's very important. Sometimes we want to study about maybe something online, but you don't have. It's awkward because, for example, if you are called for a competition, you see other groups have bringing the things that they are required and you are just bringing the homemade ones. The judges, they will just know that you know nothing, even if you know. If we had the accurate materials that we needed, I think everything will just be easy.
Morning.
I grew up in a rural setting near the foothills of the Aberdares Mountain, which is somewhere in central Kenya. And I have seen over time how the environment has changed.
Yeah, you can remove one.
We used to have permanent rivers. The rivers have become seasonal. And for me, I wanted to understand more in terms of what was happening to the environment. My name is Charles Mwangi. I'm the Research, Education and Outreach Lead at the Kenya Space Agency. I help coordinate the GLOBE program in Kenya. The GLOBE program is an international program to promote hands-on learning for students. What we try to propagate is the capability of the students to get to interact with the environment.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Then use that data for...
Let's quicken our tea break.
Scientists from
We're needed back in the hall. 2 minutes. Can we do that, please? We are ready for our next session, please. Ladies and gentlemen, Let's hurry, please. Please, let's wind up with our tea. We'll have another session to network. Please, let's get back to the hall for the next session. The speakers are waiting for us. Thank you for hurrying. Catering team, if you could hurry with that, please. Let's not keep people on the queue for too long. Those in the booths, please. Let's get back to the hall for the next session. We are ready for you. Thank you very much. Thank you again for hurrying. See you in 5 seconds. Again, just to let you know, our second session is almost starting. We're actually just waiting for you guys. Let's be seated. Our speakers are ready. Let's wind up our health break. It's been over 10 minutes already. Over 30 actually. Welcome back to this session, the first plenary session. please let's settle down for the next session. While we are settling down, please note that the Wi-Fi, we have a Wi-Fi. Use the space_expo Wi-Fi and the password to that one. The password is Kenya, capital K, space 2022. That should be the password to space_expo. I know we need this Wi-Fi to communicate. Again, the Wi-Fi password, the space_expo Wi-Fi is Kenya space 2022. No, Kenya space 22, not 2022. Space Kenya space 2022. I will remind you. So in case you need to communicate, tweet. Ladies and gentlemen, please, once again, please let's settle down for the next session, the plenary session. If you're still taking your tea, please hurry so we can begin this in time. The session should be going on now. Let's not eat into this very important session because we want to have a chance to ask questions, to listen to our speakers. So if you could save a minute, that would be very helpful to us. Thank you so much. If you're still taking your tea, please hurry. We are ready for you. Meanwhile, the keynote speakers and panelists in this session, please get ready. We should be beginning, we should have begun by now. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Please, you're needed inside the hall. We are ready to begin the next session. We should be winding up our tea break. Please, let's go back in. We are ready for the next session. We are ready for the next session, sir. We are ready for you, yeah? Please, yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, please. What's going on? The queue is crazy. Please, let's go back in for the next session if you are ready. We are ready for you, okay? Yeah. Let's go in, please. Wako slow. Once again, please, we are so behind time. Catering, I don't know what you can do because the queue is way too long and we need all delegates inside. Please hurry in serving that tea. Please, I need everybody back inside. Everybody back inside now, please. Let's get back inside right now. If you're still taking your tea, you're out of order. You are so out of order. If you're still taking tea, you are out of order. Please, let's get back in the hall. If you're needed in, find out which hall you need to go into. There's my hall upstairs, right outside upstairs, just in case you're wondering where your presentation is gonna be. So we have a Baruko Hall, which is where we are right now. My room is upstairs, outside, on your left as you go out. And then Muina room, where discussion about astronomy and space science will be taking place. My room, we have space engineering, in case you're wondering where it should be. In this hall, we'll be discussing about Earth observation. Our speakers are ready, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not waste any more time. Ladies and gentlemen, it's already 11:26 by my time, and the health break is officially closed. Catering team, please stop serving the snacks and tea. If you're still taking tea, you're out of order. And if you're still serving tea, you're also out of order. By the power invested in me, I declare break time is over now. Please, let's get back inside. Catering team, please stop serving tea. Well, not just tea, coffee, chocolate, all those. We are beginning the plenary session and the health break is officially closed. If you're still out there taking tea, coffee, chocolate, Milo, soya, you're out of order. Let's all get back into the hall. Tea session is officially over. Welcome back to the plenary session 1 in Abaruko Hall. We have concurrent sessions going on in other halls. We have my room and Mwina upstairs, outside upstairs. So please be sure that you're in the right room for these discussions. This is a Barocco room. We have my room where space engineering, discussion on space engineering will be taking place, and astronomy and space science discussion is in Mwina room. Upstairs, on your left as you go out. Thank you very much. We are ready to begin a discussion on the implementation of the remote sensing and GIS technology in Vihiga County, which is setting pace for the county governments. The geographical information system. We are ready for that discussion right now. Before we go into that discussion, please, let's take a look at one more video as we introduce this session. Thank you very much, our media team.
Distinguished participants, I'm very pleased to address you today at this inaugural Kenya Space Expo and Conference 2022. Thank you to the organizers for inviting the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs to address this important event. It is encouraging to see more and more space-related activities organized in the African continent, underscoring that space exploration and use is becoming a truly global endeavor. The path of Kenya is an inspirational success story fueled by ambition as well as dedication and perseverance. Kenya Space Agency is progressing swiftly. It is becoming one of the leading actors in the country and in the continent, generating further interest to expand the national and regional space sector. This growing prominence will be vital in positioning the country in the African Space Agency for years to come and will help nurture the use of space for sustainable development. UNOSA is happy to have contributed to this journey. The Access to Space for All initiative that we deliver in multi-stakeholder partnerships provides various types of support to member states, especially to build capacity for obtaining the benefits of space technology and its applications. Access to Space for All is part of the Space 2030 agenda, Space as a Driver of Sustainable Development, adopted last year. The agenda calls for reinforced cooperation and capacity building to boost local and national capacities in using space for the SDGs. Divided into 3 tracks, it allows us to provide unique opportunities in modified gravity conditions, satellite development, as well as space exploration. Through educational, hands-on, and open-source efforts, we provide a truly comprehensive experience in accessing and utilizing the space environment. Currently, Access to Space for All offers 10 opportunities delivered jointly with international partners. Their delivery is closely aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and applicants are obliged to do the same. The proposals we receive often tackle multiple SDGs. Kenya is a country that has utilized the opportunities of the Access to Space for All initiative strategically and effectively to develop its capacity in space and advance its national space program. In 2018, Kenya developed its first ever satellite through the KiboQ program, delivered in partnership with the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, JAXA. While the CubeSat, designed and developed by the University of Nairobi, has already completed its mission in 2020, the experience has proven to be a game changer. Kenya also diligently followed its obligations under the Registration Convention. It registered its satellite with the UN and also notified the Secretary General about its end of mission and re-entry to the atmosphere. The success in submitting quality applications was replicated in 2021. The Eyes on Scope program, supported by the Keldish Institute of Applied Mathematics, selected Kenya to receive a telescope for promoting and supporting space science research and outreach programs locally. In addition, a joint application of 3 African nations, including Kenya, was selected for a 1-year free-of-charge mission to utilize the Bartolomeo platform of Airbus on the International Space Station. This will further scale up technical capabilities and help address climate change in the region. Currently, we have the Hyper-GES opportunity open for applications. This unique cooperation with the European Space Agency offers the possibility of hypergravity experiments. We would like to invite Kenyan universities to apply. Allow me to also underscore that capacity building efforts at UNOSA extend far beyond Access to Space for All. Our attention is also devoted to scaling up the earlier efforts. The Space Economy Project unpacks the complex topic of kickstarting a space sector and provides a roadmap to building a thriving space economy. We also assign importance to the sustainability of space operations. The Space Law for New Space Actors project breaks down the legal requirements and international responsibilities and helps nations develop national frameworks in compliance with the fundamentals of international space law. This holistic approach allows us to offer continuous support across the different steps of development. We are thrilled to see the fruits of our support in the successful history of the partnership between UNOSA and Kenya. It gives us the motivation to keep delivering the benefits of space to everyone, everywhere. I hope to see many more joint efforts in the future, and I wish you all the very best going forward. UNOSA aspires to help many more countries follow Kenya's steps as we remain eager to support such a pathway worldwide. I wish you all a productive event. Thank you.
A round of applause for that video presentation. Thank you so much, media team. I would like to alert the following panelists, get ready to come on stage for the next session. The Acting Director General, the Kenya Space Agency, Colonel Hilary Kipkosgei, Dr. Mohamed El-Kosi, the CEO, Egyptian Space Agency, Dr. Hailulu Shaba, the Director General, National Space Research and Development Agency, and Emmanuel Nkurunzinza, the Director General, Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development. Please get ready to come on stage for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya, the County Government Act 2012 requires that counties establish a GIS, which is the Geographical Information System-based database system for provision of data for the development of those plans. Ladies and gentlemen, the people of this county that I'm going to introduce His Excellency in the next seconds are known for loving their cup of tea. We know that people of Vihiga County and a cup of tea and the thermos are in the same WhatsApp group. But as you'll be learning, that is not the only thing they do. They've done a lot in regards to space science. So please help me welcome on stage His Excellency, the Vihiga County, which is led by His Excellency Dr. Wilbur Otichilo, who has taken the lead in Kenya in setting up the All right, sound engineers, what happened? What just happened? Tutaongea hapo kando kwa tent. Anyway, please help me welcome His Excellency, the Governor of Vihiga County, Dr. Wilbur Otichilo, for his keynote address on the implementation of remote sensing and the GIS technology in Vihiga County. Please help me welcome Dr. Otichilo.
First, let me try. First, I want to say I'm very happy hosted by Kenya Space Agency. I'm one of the first people who really fought so hard to see to it that Kenya Space Agency is established. I moved the first motion in Parliament in 2009, a motion which sought to establish the Kenya Space Agency, and the motion was unanimously approved. From there on, we embarked on working on the presidential executive order, which I participated in very actively, and the order was finalized in 2016 and signed in 2017. So I have been involved in the process of formation of Kenya Space Agency for quite some time. I've also been instrumental in promoting remote sensing and geoinformation in this country. I was among the first directors and pioneers of Kenya department called Department of Resource Surveys and Remote Sensing. Before I got into politics, I was the Director General of Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development for Eastern and Southern Africa. When I became a member of Parliament in 2008, my agenda was to establish a GIS remote sensing laboratory for planning and decision making. I was the first member of Parliament to do so. And using that technology, we were able to implement the programs of CDF, money that is given to the constituencies, in a very effective and efficient manner. And in 2015, I was declared the best MP in Kenya. In 2017, I contested to become a member of Parliament, a governor for Vihiga County, and because of my good performance as a member of Parliament, I was elected with a landslide. So when I became the governor for Vihiga County, I decided to continue with my work. And I established the first GIS satellite remote sensing laboratory in Kenya in 2018. So I'll be able to show you what we have been able to do. But because of constraints of time, we have already a booth out there. And I would invite most of you to visit our booth there. We have very interesting applications that we have done on use of remote sensing in resource management and planning. So let me take you through my presentation very quickly. That is a quote by Socrates, that man must rise above the earth to the top of the atmosphere and beyond, for only then will he fully understand the world in which he lives. So that self-explanatory says the importance of space technology. We want to look at Earth observation in very brief perspective. Earth observation basically involves satellite imaging, aerial photography, in situ sensors, mobile telephone, and now drones. Next. That's the historical development of space science and technology, from balloons to now drones. So there has been a very significant development in this science. Currently, we have over 100,000 satellites in space. And now even nano-satellites are quite many. It's estimated we have over 1 million in space today. Why do we want these satellites? Satellites provide us with data in real time and data that is already digital, so you can access to it. But why do we require it? We require it for decision making, planning and decision making. So when you look at all the geospatial technologies, space and allied geospatial technologies, you can see we have Earth observation, satellite communication, GIS and spatial analysis, space science and astronomy, and navigation and positioning. So this will be covered during this conference, so I don't want to deal on them at all. But that comes. So Earth observation, its uses in socio-economic development. We have a lot of uses, and communication, which is now crucial today on this planet. Positioning and timing. We'll be spending more time on remote sensing, and mostly on remote sensing is mapping of our resources for decision making. And GIS is a very crucial component of the whole process. Next. Applications for decision making are many, and there are factors: agriculture, pollution, climate change, disaster management, ecosystem management, public health, water resources, weather forecasting, and all many other applications. Next. Space technology benefits the environmental monitoring, and we have all possibilities. And space technology provides the best option for environmental monitoring. Otherwise, other conventional methods, you cannot do environmental monitoring in real time. So we have so many applications. We have applications in satellite data, and this we have applied it. And I invite you to visit our booth. You'll see how we have applied it. And we have applied it in various applications under agricultural management. Next. Equally in urbanization, our remote sensing is very, very crucial, because you can be able to get data in real time, and you can be able to analyze data digitally. Application natural resources is very, very important, and the satellite remote sensing is the key in managing and monitoring natural resources on this planet. Next. We have also disaster management. Next. We have also satellite technology in national security, and this is an area where I think is very crucial, and I don't want to go into it, but it's applied there very well. Next. So all these platforms present advantages and disadvantages, and I think this is one area that during this conference you'll be able to see the advantages and disadvantages of all these platforms. But in total, I can tell that platforms provide the best solutions that are very adjustable to user needs, but may have a high cost. But in the long term, it's more cost effective. Next. So let's go just briefly to what we have been able to do in Vihiga County, and I'll be very, very fast so that I create more time. We have, through the legal framework, which you have already been told, that already we have a legal framework under the County Government Act of 2012, which obligates all the counties to develop a county integrated development plan and to be able to do all the budgeting, planning, and decision making using that document. And to be able to do that, it obligates us to establish a GIS-based database system. So based on this legal framework, and the presidential order of 2017, which established the Kenya Space Agency, we in Vihiga County, we were among the first, actually we were the first counties to establish this system using the law in place. And we did this in collaboration with various development partners. We worked with the ESRI, Airbus, FAO, European Union, and Locate IT, and was officially commissioned in 16th May 2019 by the Cabinet Secretary in charge of government, devolved government, who was Hon Eugene Wamalwa, who is now the Minister for Defense. So we have looked, I have listed the requirements for establishment of a fully fledged GIS laboratory running on satellite-based data. So I'll not go into those details. I think the slides, I'll leave them behind so that you can be able to interrogate them later. But basically, our system, our GIS system is all configured the way you have shown, we have seen, you can see on the figure there. We have GIS as the center that operates all the systems. And we get data from national government, county government, and data inputs from remote sensing, that's high-resolution satellite data. We can get fundamental data sets from the Ministry of Surveys and Mapping, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, field data collection using GPS, data mining, and recently we are using drones to collect data in real time. So that's how our system looks like. And this system is anchored on 3 principles. The first principle is we are looking for information. And this information to be able to create an initiative, a development initiative that is going to make a difference in the lives of people. And then from the initiative, we are looking for an impact. An impact, whatever initiative you undertake must have an impact to the socio-economic status and life of the people. So those are the 3 principles we use in. And out of that, we have been able to develop a county development information system, which has all information systems in all sectors of our economy. And each of these information system is managed by the relevant department or the relevant directorate that manages it. So the GIS system integrates everything. And the owners of the data are there and they have rights to their own data. So we have more than 22 databases for various systems. Next. So we have had applications in many areas, so I'll not go into that. I said you can see it in our place. But you can see we have done it in health management. So we developed dashboards which show all the information on health in real time, because this information we receive it on a daily basis. So we can also show it on a dashboard on a daily basis. And we have all the metadata on all our health facilities and what is going on in real time on every day. We have so many applications which I would not want to go into because of time constraints. And we are able to monitor, even when we are looking at maternal rates in maternal and child programs, we are able to monitor all our mothers who are pregnant in the whole county at any given time. And we are able to ensure that they go to antenatal clinic at the right time when it is expected. And when they are ready for delivery, we ensure that they go to hospital so that they deliver at the hospital. And because of that, for the last 2 years, we have only had 1 mortality rate of a mother. So we have all this. Now, when it comes, this is a very important slide I want to show. When it comes to building facilities, let's say in this case, health facilities, we use GIS to be able to decide where do we put health facility. because as politicians, most of the times you want to put it next to your home. But in this case, with gap analysis, we are able to say, for example, in our case, we have said nobody should move more than 5 kilometers to a health facility. So with the gap analysis, we have done using all the health facilities we have. And therefore, we find gaps where we can put health facilities. And you can see in that map where the gaps are. And for that reason, we are very rational in our decision making, where we put our projects. Next. So we have also application in the environment, so I will not go into that. We are promoting various indigenous trees so that we can change the environment. So I think in a nutshell, I want to end there so that we can be able to discuss. For example, in the environment, we have mapped all our river resources, and we have also mapped all the riverine forests. And unfortunately, the riverine forests are eucalyptus, which are draining our rivers because they consume a lot of water. So now we have a big program to get rid of eucalyptus around all our riverine areas, so that we can now grow with plant bamboo trees to be able to retain and restore river systems. We also do planning for construction of roads, and we can map all of them wherever they are. So we have all these data sets everywhere. On agriculture, we have all our land parcels, and we know the farmers, and we know exactly the size, what they grow, and we have a database on each of the farmer. And through this, when we are doing giving free agricultural inputs, fertilizer and certified seed, we know how much to give and to which fertilizer. And we also have done soil analysis, so we know which fertilizer to give to the farmer. I think I'll stop there so that we can be able to move. The rest, you can see it.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. We can see the great job that you're doing in Vihiga County. Now we know where to benchmark, right? Yes. Let's give him one healthy clap. One healthy clap is just one clap, like that. So one healthy clap, one more. Sosa, thank you. Hiya, Basi. Thank you so much for that. Now, I want to see where does the developing countries, where are we, the developing countries in matters space technology. Ladies and gentlemen, many governments rely on the dedicated space agencies to coordinate activities, policies, and investments in the space sector. However, this has not been the case for the developing countries for many years. Now, in this next session, we want to look at the insights on just how the critical role of the space agencies in the space ecosystem, with a particular focus on these developing countries. And to take us through this session, I have the pleasure and the honor to invite Dr. Val Munsami, who is the Chancellor at the International Space University and the former CEO of the South Africa National Space Agency. Welcome, Dr. Munsami. All right.
Thank you, Session Chair, and good day, colleagues and friends. Really excited to be here, and I must commend the Kenyan Space Agency for this particular initiative. I think it's quite critical for sparking conversations that underpins your space program. So I've got the task of talking around the role of space agencies in developing countries. See if that works. This one. There. Okay, so on Monday and Tuesday, I had the pleasure of working with some of the colleagues in the Kenyan Space Agency, just re-looking at the national space policy, looking at revising and reviewing that. And one of the departure points when you're crafting space policies is that you have to think of it as being ancillary, meaning that it's not part of mainstream policy. In that, what I mean is that it's actually intended as an enabler to support other policy instruments. So to give you an example, right here, any government that it's worth its salt in terms of good governance has 3 key priorities it should be focusing on. On the first instance, it's looking at social progress, looking at the quality of life of its citizens. On the second instance, it's looking at economic growth, and obviously that looks at wealth creation. And in the third instance, it's environmental stewardship, so looking at the sustainable use of your natural resources. But I think what's important, sorry, there's a bit of feedback. I think what's important is that you have to consider the fact that these are intimately integrated to one another. So if you make policy choices around, let's say, social issues, it has impacts in maybe the economic or the environmental bubble that I've got up there. So you have to pay very careful attention in between those bubbles, so the alignment between the socio, the economic, and the environment. And right at the center, I put the Sustainable Development Goals. So you're looking at sustainability, development, and growth of the country from socio-economic, environmental perspective. So in essence, space science and technology is meant to support the country in terms of delivering on various policy instruments. So you don't set up a space program for the sake of space program. It's not a Me Too strategy. It's meant for the development of your country or the region. So in terms of a space ecosystem, if you're building up a space program, we use the word ecosystem these days, it's a buzzword. Ultimately, the success of your space program is determined by the applications, the use of the products and services that come out of the various satellite platforms, the in situ data, and so on. So we segmented in the classical way. It's Earth observation, communications, navigation, positioning, and timing, and space exploration. It covers astronomy, space science, and so on. So that's essentially the why aspect, is why you actually engage in a national space program. But in order to give effect to the delivery of those products and services, you have to ensure that there's some fundamental building blocks that are put in place. And so that's your human capital development. So you have to have academia plugged into this ecosystem in terms of developing postgraduate students at master's, PhD levels, and so on, and technical staff as well. You have to have an industry, or at least start an industry that you can grow over time and matures. So the industry is a vital part of the space ecosystem. You also need the requisite infrastructure. So you have a space value chain from the satellite segment to the ground segment to the data segment, pushing out the products and services. So that's your infrastructure backbone. And lastly, you're going to have to engage in international partnerships. And we've given examples of Kenya, the KiboSat. You've leveraged on those partnerships to look at knowledge, inbound knowledge transfer. And then when you get to the daily operational activities at a space agency level, you've got to look at mission requirements, your enabling technologies, that's your research, your development, and your innovation. And then once you put satellites in orbit, you've got to look at your operations, and then your space applications. That's your products and services coming out of that pipeline. But ultimately, when you're starting off a space program, you've got to look at this ecosystem, and you put a frame around it, and you start off by making policy pronouncements, and that's the essential function of a space policy. And then you also have to have certain legislation. So for example, we have UN treaties and conventions, as an example. So in terms of the liability convention, if you have a private sector player that's launching a satellite, and if anything goes wrong, it's not the industry player who's responsible, it's actually the state. The state is held responsible. So to limit the liability to the state has to have certain regulations regulating and licensing certain space objects that go up. So you have to ensure the safety of that, so you limit the liability. And then when you get to a strategy perspective in terms of how you're going to navigate this ecosystem, that's when you set up a national space strategy. It kind of underpins or underscores the various thematic thrusts you're going to have in terms of your space program. So you could decide, we're not going to focus on going to the moon, It's a policy choice, it's a strategic choice. And once you put your strategy in place, you then have to look at your business models. And so when you're looking at it from a space agency perspective, your space agency is playing in this sandpit, essentially, and it's a central role that it takes up. But there are many other players in this ecosystem, but it has to coordinate and lead the development of the ecosystem. Now, you also have to take into account that over the decades, the space program or the space landscape has been changing. And if you think of pre-1957, when the first Sputnik was launched, a large part of space exploration was ground-based astronomy, essentially. But when Sputnik happened, that was space 1.0. But when Sputnik happened in 1957, that's when the space race started. So space 2.0 is the space race, which ultimately led to the Apollo missions. And then you saw the Mir space station and the International Space Station came on the scene. And then space 3.0 is international cooperation through the International Space Station. And now we're sitting in space 4.0, which has completely transformed the entire landscape, where you have academia and private sector being quite central to the ecosystem. I mean, you see even NASA, they don't undertake a lot of the activities internally, and there's still some, but a lot of that gets contracted out to the industry, to universities, and other research institutions, and so on. So the landscape has continuously changed over the decades, and the role of the space agency is essentially transforming as you speak. So when you think of developing countries or emerging countries, this is how I probably want to visualize this. If you're an emerging space nation, you've just planted a seed, and that's where you are. If you're a developing nation, you've planted the seed and you have a plant that's essentially thrusting out of the soil. But when you're a developed nation, your plant is much more mature. So emerging nations are just starting out. Developing nations have started out, but they're still gathering momentum. And then you have the developed nations. But in effect, developing nations are aspiring towards your right. And we also have a responsibility, like South Africa and Nigeria and the countries up here, is to work with countries that are just starting off on the starting block to see how you can capacitate them as well. And so you've looked at the FDEV satellite. We talked about ARMC as an example. How do we collaborate and build that capacity on the continent? So there is a dual responsibility if you're sitting in the center. But let's understand also what are the key challenges that's actually affecting countries, or emerging nations and developing nations. So the one is political support. The countries that are playing on your right-hand side, the developed nations, they've had political support from the highest office in the country. That's not necessarily the same in developing and emerging countries. So you have to garner the political support in order to create a national space program. And I'm talking about a viable, sustainable national space program. And the only way you can do that is to underscore the socioeconomic benefits, because politicians want to see how these applications are going to affect the constituencies. And I'm quite glad for your presentation, Governor. But it also leads to a second problem, which is financial resourcing. If you don't have the political commitment, your financial resources put into these programs are actually suboptimal. But then that forces you to prioritize, and you might not meet the full mandate. So you kind of start off limping without the full financial backing as well. And then obviously that has a knock-on effect on your technology readiness level. If you don't have implementable programs on the ground, and that you haven't built up the expertise and the experience, then in terms of technology readiness level, you're going to be falling short. So you're going to look elsewhere to international partners for technology transfer. And that also talks to human capital in terms of knowledge transfer. So the KeyBoSat as an example, you've set up students to go and gain that experience through a particular mission. And in some instances, like in South Africa, we had universities doing science missions, space missions of satellites, and that helped us to develop postgraduate students. And then you have to have the infrastructure. And so you have to look at code development. And a classic example is FDEV, right? So you collaborating to co-develop a particular part of the infrastructure. A classic example of how collaboration comes into play. So just my last slide. in terms of the preamble that I've just given you, what is the role of space agencies? So first of all, the first role is to ensure the delivery on national policy priorities, the social, the economic, and the environmental priorities of the country. So in Kenya, you have Vision 2030. And so you have to see how a space program plugs in terms of delivering into that. The second role is to help to the role of the space agency is to help to shape, develop, and grow the space ecosystem that I've just put up in a few slides ago. And the third one is to ensure that you have robust programs on capacity building so that you can have a sustainable space ecosystem. Because if you don't build your human capital, essentially you're going to rely on exporting your technology. So if you want an indigenous space program, that's what the agency has to be fully committed to. And then lastly, I see the role in the current context, especially in terms of Space 4.0, is to consider your space value chain or the infrastructure as a backbone. What I mean by that is that if you look at the satellite data, ground segment and the data segment, and then coming to your products and services, if the agency is responsible for some core part of the infrastructure, it can then contract industry and universities and so on upstream to build satellites. So you're stimulating the industry. And then when you go downstream in terms of applications, you can there again contract industry to build products and services, but you provide the backbone. So in that way, you're stimulating the industry and the space economy as well. So let me pause there. That was my last slide. I think I've got 24 seconds left. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Munsami. Those were very valuable insights there. We now know where the developing countries lie in terms of space science. Let's appreciate him once more. My healthy clap. My healthy clap. Another. SOSA. Yeah. Wakenya tunajua SOSA ni nini. Okay. So if you don't know what SOSA is, please make sure, please Kenyans, please make sure the guest sitting next to you understands what SOSA is. Yeah? Now we are getting into the plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being good listeners, very attentive. But if you look at your program, this session was supposed to have ended already in about 14 minutes ago. But we need to get questions. We need to get those answers from our panelists and speakers. So we'll try and squeeze in as much time as we want. So please get ready with your questions, because we'll be picking questions from the floor as we get answers from our panelists here. Just to let you know that this the Wi-Fi password is Kenya Space, Kenya, that is capital capital K, that is Kenya Space 22 Wi-Fi. If you need to communicate with your friends and from all over the world, just let them know that you are attending the Kenya Space Expo and Conference 2022. Use the hashtag Kenya Space 2022 to tweet. Just let your people know what is going on here. So we're going right into the question and answer session. If I could please get the seat. So get ready with your questions. We'll be having a roaming mic after this, so your questions will be answered by our very able panelists and speakers. Can you see me? Yes, you can. All right. So we begin. I begin with you, Dr. Nkurunziza. What are the current projects and activities that are being prioritized in the space agency in your organization, sir? Let's try to be real quick with the mics to save time.
Thank you much. Good afternoon, everybody. I also wish to congratulate our Kenya Space Agency for hosting us. My name is once again Emmanuel Nkurunziza. I'm the Director General of the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development. It's an intergovernmental organization. I think Dr. Tichiro mentioned it. He's an emeritus DG of the same institute. It has been based here in Kenya for the past 47 years and has 20 member states from Sudan up to South Africa. I come from Rwanda myself. So quickly to the question you asked, the center is involved in several activities. It was mainly set up to support these countries in leveraging the potential of Earth observation and geospatial technologies in different sectors. So we have projects in virtually all these sectors that they have mentioned. We have projects in agriculture and food security running here both in Kenya and in the other member states, whether it is in crop monitoring, yield estimation, regional food balance sheets, and we work with different partners. We have one program we are working with NASA, the space agency in the US, where they have their hub for Eastern and Southern Africa at our center. And it's been there for now almost 15 years. So we work with countries to use remote sense data to monitor crop and estimate yields in advance so that you can be able to plan. Across the COMESA region, we are developing regional food balance sheets so that you can know which foodstuffs are going to be available when and where the shortcomings are going to be. We are also involved in hazard mapping across Kenya, for example, especially in the semi-arid areas. Again, using remote sense data to map the hazards that are likely to be experienced. Quickly, we are also disaster mitigation. The center has just set up an early warning, flood early warning system in Malawi, which, according to recent media reports, was able to save lives. It is community-based, and each time there is a potential disaster, flooding, people are alerted. So there was media reporting last month of how many lives were saved because of these systems. We also are involved in a program under GMS, I think somebody mentioned, the Global Monitoring for Environment and Security with African Union Commission. We lead a consortium that is undertaking analysis in land degradation monitoring, wetland monitoring, and establishing vector data bases. We're also working with the International Union for Conservation of Nature in supporting biodiversity. We have established a regional resource hub that helps in the management of protected areas across 24 countries on the African continent. So the projects are many, but we work mainly in agriculture and food security, weather and climate, land use and land cover and ecosystems. Then we also supporting several sectors, especially in establishing geoportals. We have a group of software developers who are helping to link the geospatial data we are collecting to applications, bring it together IT and geospatial technologies. So that's just a synopsis of the big portfolio that we have, and we work with several partners, including Digital Earth Africa, who are here, that we work with, FAO, who we've worked with in developing natural resource atlases in Kenya, and providing capacity to people both at work and also new technicians. So we have a booth available at the exhibition area where we can share more of the programs. But I wish to reiterate that this is a center that belongs to the 20 countries. Kenya is the host government since 1975. We work through 2 ministries, and we are available in supporting countries both in advisory, project implementation, and research, both as well as capacity building. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nkurunziza, for those very important remarks. To you, Dr. Elkosi, what are the projects and activities that you're prioritizing in your organization at the space agency in your country, sir?
First, I want to thank Kenyan Space Agency for the good hospitality and well organization for this event to be conducted under the supervision of my friend Colonel Hilary. When I speak about the activities of the Egyptian Space Agency, we have many activities. Some of them related to application of satellite data using artificial intelligence and machine learning. Others are related to space technology. But I wanted to take this chance to speak about 2 successful examples which had been conducted by the Egyptian Space Agency to disseminate space technology among the students. The first example was to disseminate this technology among university students. For this task, we developed a cube satellite. We call it educational cube satellite. Our task was to offer this cube satellite to 32 faculties. 32 faculties in Egypt. Till now, we offered 28 units, and by the end of this month, we will complete offering the 32 units. Each unit will be the nucleus in each faculty to build a space lab for the students to practically deal with the satellite technology. This cube satellite will allow the student to conduct 37 experiments related to command and handling telemetry, space environment. All these tasks can be done using this educational satellite kit or educational cube satellite. Moreover, we agreed to deliver this cube satellite to 5 African space agencies: Nigeria, Kenya, Sudan, Uganda, and Ghana. Yesterday, I agreed with the heads of this agency how to ship the kit to each of them. So in this case, I think that it will be a good experience for them to follow the mechanism for disseminating this technology among the students in the universities. For the students in the secondary school, we developed what is called the CAN-SAT, for this student to know how to assemble the CAN-SAT and how to drop the CAN-SAT from a height, and then this CAN-SAT is provided with miniature camera. The student will take photos and see how to deal with the satellite photos in his small age. We already delivered this CAN-SAT to 19 schools. In Egypt, we have what is called school. STEM stands for science, technology, mathematics, and engineering. So now in Egypt, we have 19 dealing with space technology. I think from my point of view, these two experiments are very useful to communicate the student with the space technology. And we know that each one of us has some fear from the thing which he doesn't know. But once the student will deal with the space technology, he can make more innovations in this field. This, I think, and also the 5 African countries will follow the same experience and will give good results about the applications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. For those very important remarks. Let's talk about policy and strategies, and my question goes to Colonel Kepkosgei. Are there any policies and strategies that currently you are exploring to nurture the growth and development of the space ecosystem in your country, in this case, Kenya, sir?
Thank you very much. We as the Kenya Space Agency, we realize that in Kenya, the space industry generally is at its infancy. And there is a lot that we feel need to be done in terms of capacity building. So developing that critical mass is one of the areas that we are focusing on in our strategy. In our 2020 to 2025 strategy, we identified 2 main lines of effort, and that is enhanced utilization of space services and space-derived data for better decision making and for socioeconomic development. But also
importantly, we feel that as a nation, we need also to develop our own national capability. And development of national capability is really it's a question of what is the best fit for Kenya. We realize that it is not possible for us to develop full capability to meet all our requirements. And also at the same time, we are not thinking of a situation where we will be forever dependent on services and applications developed from externally. So we feel that there is a responsibility on us to do that perfect balance, as well as enhancing utilization of space services, as has been demonstrated by Vihiga County, and through the programs that we are doing with our stakeholders like Agricultural and Food Authority, like Kenya Forestry Services, like even with the counties on physical planning. Those are just but examples of efforts to try and push the enhanced utilization. On the side of developing national space capability, we are doing activities and projects with our institutions of higher learning, the universities. You must have heard of the program on research grants, where we encourage our universities to do projects. The first satellite that we did was basically done by the University of Nairobi, and we are enhancing on that because that was a 1U. We are currently, with the universities, working on a 3U satellite. Alongside that, even on the side of startups, we are working with Sayari Labs, as has been mentioned, and we are expecting to put in space a 3U nanosatellite in partnership with Endurosat. That will be sometime early next year in February, hopefully. We are also not just limited to technologies, partnerships with our local entities. We are also having international cooperation as one key avenue of capacity building, and that's why you've heard of projects that we are having with our partner and friends here, Nigeria, Egypt, and many other nations. So it's not just with the African nations, also international partnerships with the Italian Space Agency. So those are avenues that we are using to develop our national capability. We are also addressing the issue of bringing that or creating that interest in the young minds in our populace, just as a way of outreach to demystify space. And through what an initiative that we are working on, the establishment of space clubs with our institutions at primary school and secondary schools, we hope also that will generate that interest in young fellows so that they start taking interest in careers in space sciences and technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Halilu, any strategies and policies in your country that you're currently exploring? Please take us through that.
Well, thank you very much. Like I would say, the space agency, the National Space Agency of Nigeria is about 23 years old. We have a policy document that is also old. Our act is about 12 years old. What we are currently doing is we are re-engineering our policy so that it will be people-driven, and also re-engineering the structure of the agency, because while the policies are old, I think we are at the stage of reviewing it, just where the Kenyan Space Agency is, because the world had moved on since the policy was created. The same thing in the case of the national strategy implementation, because the policy and implementation strategy must all go together. So we are looking at it, what requires to be reviewed, because in the policy is over 15 years old. It had never been reviewed. This is the stage when we are reviewing the policy. While we want to review the policy is to move to where the world is also moving, because we've been working all this while, re-engaging without necessarily going by the policy. Now we are saying, okay, where the world is, It has moved to smaller satellites to fulfill some of the needs. It has also identified some funding mechanism, because if we look at it, the government will always find it difficult to put all its resources in the satellite, but again, you have to develop a kind of strategy where you can get the investors' funds and then get the public to participate in the activities of the space so that the space will grow. The policy is also supposed to liberalize the space sector. That is democratizing the space sector so that you have a lot of people coming in so that people will benefit from it. Again, looking at it, what will be the aspect that the state will deal with and that which the public will deal with? Definitely you have to find a strategy engaging or re-engaging with the public so that you are going to have a robust activity. The space agency in Nigeria is a very wide space program where you have about 7 centers and you have various laboratories, about 9 laboratories. And they are doing a lot of things into astronomy, into transport and propulsion, and also into geodesy and designing and building of the satellite. So all these things are supposed to be captured in the new policy because we have outgrown the old policy. We have also outgrown the strategy. So I think Kenya is not alone here dealing with working on the policy and strategy. I think Nigeria is also reworking, and it's as if we are starting all over because we have outgrown the strategy, and the strategy is also old. The policy is also old. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for those very important remarks. Now, let's talk about Africa, and this question goes to you, His Excellency Dr. Wilbur Tichilo. What role do we envision that the space sector is going to play, or rather is playing in the space sector in Africa, sir?
Thank you for that question. I think in Africa, we have a big stake in the space technology. And if we assess where we are in comparison to developed countries, we need to move with speed and catch up. Because as you saw the slides that were shown here, we are still growing. While the developed countries are already grown, they have aspirations on how to move forward. For us, we are still at the survival mode. So it is important that we take up drastic steps and be able to catch up with the rest of the world. And therefore, as my colleagues have clearly indicated, we need to put in the right policies so that we can be able to nurture and promote space technology in the fastest manner possible. But the key area is the area of capacity building. We need to put more emphasis on capacity building, because when you look at our education system, you find that more emphasis or more of our students are inclined to take liberal subjects. And the STEM subject, as we have heard from Egypt, they are always shunned by many of our students. And therefore, you find that without us focusing now on STEM subjects that will be able to build a capacity for us to embrace this technology, we shall also be left out. So for me, I would want to say that we in Africa, we need to move with speed. I know the African Union has already come up with a policy, African policy on space technology. And we need to implement that policy, but at the country level, we need to go further and impress the technology and move forward. So I believe we have a good opportunity, and we need mostly to use our universities to be able to carry out research, because I want to see more of our universities, more of our research institutions in this area, because there's a lot of research that has to be done. So we have a lot of opportunity, and this is an opportunity we cannot leave.
because the rest of the world is now raring to go into space, colonize the space. But if you are not careful, we shall be left on this planet, while the rest will be in the other planets.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thank you very much. To you, Dr. Munsami, the role that you envision, the space sector in Africa, sir.
No, thanks for that question. So, just pre-2015, Africa developed a common African position through NEPAD, and that was used as a working paper towards the Agenda 2063, which interestingly enough was also a working paper for the SDGs. So the SDGs has 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Agenda 2063 has 20 goals, and there's not much difference between the two. So if you look at it from, let's say, the AU vision point of view, the African Union Commission, you've got 8 or 9 commissions. And actually we did a rough study. If you look at the objectives of each of those commissions and you ask yourself, how many of those objectives actually require space science and technology? You come close to 90% of those objectives actually requiring space science and technology. So you've got to understand that space science and technology is critical for our socio-economic environmental development. So when we developed the policy and the strategy, we were talking about an African space agency that will coordinate a lot of these activities across the continent. But it also requires, if you read the policy very carefully, you've got to bootstrap and leverage what's already happening at national and regional levels as well. So you're not going to duplicate necessarily what's existing on the ground. And I think that model still needs to play out because we haven't fully established. I know Egypt is ready to host, but we need to move in terms of establishing the African Space Agency. But it also means that we have to self-organize as space agencies to be able to play a leading role in that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had it. Thank you, my panelists. You've been very good with saving time. I really appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going into the question and answer. We'll be picking questions from the floor. As we've had it, Africa, we have a chance. Just depends on how you take that opportunity. In Kenya, as our kids are making those scarecrows at the CBC, the curriculum CBC, they can also learn how to assemble a robot at that level. It's possible. It's happened in other countries. It's working in other countries. Kenya and Africa at large, there's a chance. And this is the time. We should not always just lag behind. So are we ready with the mics? Are we ready to pick your questions? Please raise your hand and the mic will get to you. Ask a question. You can be specific with whom you would want your question answered by, or just throw a random question, then any of the panelists will pick it. Thank you. Who'll be the first? Thank you, ma'am. Is first question, then sir. Okay. What do we start with? Him, then the lady. Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for a very eloquent presentation. Very impressed by the panel members and also the governor as well for an outstanding emphasis on aerospace engineering. I would like to emblem this under aerospace engineering. My name is Professor Engineer Hamir. I'm the acting director of the School of Aerospace and Vehicle Engineering at the Technical University of Kenya. And one of our departments is on space systems engineering, which we want to capacitate, as the governor had said. And in the presentation, there was this taxonomy or technology readiness levels, space 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. And that is very much tied to the fourth industrial revolution. And I just wanted to bring this to the board now. We have people from KCA on board. We don't have the design element of building our own. For instance, Relativity Space in the US, of course, it's a small company and founded by just 2 aspiring students, and they built a Terran 1 3D printed rocket, fully 3D printed. And 3D printing is one of those technologies that fits into into the fourth industrial revolution as one of the disruptive technologies. So my question here now is for the panelists to address some of those things. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
It's afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Isabel. I work for the Communications Authority of Kenya. And in the current circumstances, and everybody's feeling it, I'm very sure, after yesterday's announcement of the new cost of fuel, the immediate requirements for all citizens, especially for the low-income countries and developing countries, now may not be in this whole business of new technologies. And we have so many other emergencies. We do not know how long the inflation is going to last. We've just come out of a pandemic that doesn't seem to cease. And so my question is to all the panelists. From a regulatory point of view, most developing countries tend to adopt or domicile standards and regulatory policies and guidelines from other countries. So how can countries which have worse problems in terms of income, in terms of sustainability, in terms of crises like war, for instance, floods, for instance, what do you do with the content that you collect? I mean, the kind of data that you collect, because we've done a lot of, we've had a lot of foreign space operators carrying out a lot of studies, but what do you do with that content in the situation where we are, where our priorities really right now are more towards dealing with the current issues of inflation and COVID and many other things that are yet to come. We know the advantages of all these satellite networks and the new technologies that come with it. We appreciate them, they help us, but how are you going to assist that Mama Mboga or that person in northern Kenya who is dying of starvation? There are a lot of banditry events happening, insecurity and those kind of things. So I just want to get a sort of bird's eye view of how all these satellite developments are going to assist us sort out our current problems as we move forward now, maybe not at the same speed with the developed nations, but at least to move in that one direction, rather than moving in divergent directions where we do not even share problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll take those two questions for now, and I'll try to squeeze in a few more. If you get a chance to ask a question, would you please go straight to the question so that the 2 minutes that you are using to explain can be used by someone else to ask a question. So please, gentlemen, any of us who can take those two questions. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I was I picked interest in the last question. Because this has always been the question that one of the questions that were asked anytime a developing country wants to go into space technology. The question is, people are hungry. Why are you going into space? And I think that is what she's trying to say. Marrying the policy or what we are saying. Now, it is apparent. I will start by saying, looking at a situation where you have, you are a mother. You don't know how many people reside in the family, in the house. How do you make preparation for their meal, and how do you engage them? For example, how many children are there that don't eat adult meals? How many adults are there that don't eat children's meal? You have to have a good knowledge before you can get to where you are going to. And giving example of Kenya, when M-Pesa started, how many people ever believed that it could help a farmer so that he doesn't move within this? So we are talking about all engaging, because space is all engaging. The world is moving into Internet of Things. The world is moving, and Africa cannot be stagnated because it is poor. We are now saying, what is the technology that we can leverage on so that it lifts us out of poverty? Now, we are glad today we had an example from Viga County, where all the farmers are documented. There is a database about the farmers. When new technology comes, the agri-extension officer needs this kind of data to reach each farmer. Now imagine how it is helping the pregnant women so that they attend their antenatal. So you cannot take it away from the suffering economy now. We are now saying that there is a vehicle that will move you from 11th century economy into the century that you are living now, and even 25th century economy. And if you don't start now, it's going to be more costly, because you don't expect other people to invest in research in the space sector and you just go and get the benefit for nothing. You have to be part of it. And for you to predict the future, you have to be part of building the future. And we are saying that we want to leverage on this space technology as a vehicle. Because the question is, if I can fly, why do I want to jump? Because that's what we are talking about. And that's why to so many people, space sector looks like an alien technology. Most technologies will leverage on the space technology. And that's what we are simply saying. So we are now saying, okay, for most of our economic development, we can use space technology for economic development. And talking about insecurity, I can give you the case of Nigeria. You should know that remote sensing, that is space technology, began with the military. That was in preparation for the world wars that will come. And the idea of communication also started with the military within the space technology. Why? It is meant for security purposes from the beginning. So what we are now trying to do, especially in Nigeria, because if you speak about insecurity, I think Nigeria will always show a kind of red light anytime you speak about insecurity in Africa. Nigeria is one of the flashpoints, red light areas, and I can tell you that based on distance, you need information about where the bandits are, what they are carrying, where they struck, and what is the pattern of their activities. And this brings about a lot of activities coming in into the space arena. And that is why you see that while other African countries are thinking about building their own space industry, especially within the commercial, within the private, civil sector, Nigeria has Defense Space Administration. The military were able to provide their own space, because just like in engineering we say this is a military-grade engineering, the kind of data that is required by the military is also different. Now we are talking about artificial intelligence. All these things are going to be harboring on this. Digital economy, one of the crises in Africa, we must say this whether we like it or not, is corruption. Digital economy, digitizing all facilities will definitely reduce some of the crises we are talking about in Africa. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, Dr. Otichilo would like to, yes, please can I have a mic for Dr. Otichilo? Yes, we'll try to answer as many questions as possible because of the constraint of time.
Thank you. I want to start where my brother from Nigeria left. Our county governments are based on the principle of devolution. And the devolution aims to have the local people make decisions about their lives. So for the local people to participate in decision making and planning, they need information. But when you go down, now like me who is practicing, you find when we get people to participate in decision making, they do not have information. But our experiment with using high resolution satellite data has shown that once you provide information, high resolution satellite data, to the local communities who have never even gone to school, once they discover where their church is, where the road to the home is, all of a sudden you discover they know they can interpret the image very easily. And they start now realizing what is around them, because they are just used to their village. But the moment you give them the image, they start understanding. So it is important that we must introduce this technology so that the people at the grassroots level can make decisions about their lives themselves. But right now, they are making the decisions based on nothing, based on what their local leader has told them that this is what is required. But in essence, what they are saying they require, they may not require. So we need to bring this technology to the village level. Recently, we worked with Google Earth in Vihiga to set up a local address based on satellite technology and the Google system. And we found out that people were very excited when they discovered where their homes were on the high-resolution satellite data. And they were very enthusiastic to have them mapped and be given a code so that you can reach their home from anywhere in the world. So I think technology is important, but what we need is to simplify it. This technology was only in the highly learned people, but this technology can be brought to the grassroots, and I can tell you it can work without any problem. On the issue raised by my colleague here from the university, I think is right. We need now to liberalize this technology because it is studied in the military, and there has been this feeling that it should be all domiciled in the military. But now remote sensing space technology is open-ended, and we should be able now to liberalize it. Let's have all our institutions, our research institutions come in. Let's have in the decision-making bodies or under space agency, let's have the people from outside the military or the defense so that we can have an open system. Finally, we legislated on the Science, Technology and Innovation Act in 2012, which allows Kenya to allocate at least 2.5% of its GDP to research and innovation. So as a country, we need to ensure that we follow that law and allocate that money. And if we do allocate 2.5% of our GDP, we will have enough money to carry out all the research we require in this area.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Any two very burning questions? Because yes, ma'am, behind there, and gentlemen, please note that our panelists will be available for any follow-up questions. I know we have a lot of questions, would have wanted them to be answered here, but we also don't want to keep you here for too long because we need to take a break and come back for the next session fresh, and I know our energies are going down. So please, ma'am, real quick, direct to the point.
Okay, thank you. Mine is mostly on sensitization and visibility. It's one thing to bring the technologies here, but it's another thing to have us understand what they're all about on all levels, grassroots included. So I just wanted to know, do we have plans to make this information available in our learning institutions? Do we have conversations going on? And also at the same time, will these studies be available to everyone, marginalized groups and everyone all over the country? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Dano Dido from Boy University. I was quite impressed by the presentations, especially by the governor. And my question is to him, why don't we see such things in other counties? And of course, there was also the question about security and so on. Of course, we all know that these technologies can be very good for security also. So there's a COG, a Committee of Governors, I think. How come these things are not there elsewhere? Thank you.
Sir, please, the mic. Is it on?
Thank you very much. I want to put a question to the panel. The issue of debris from the space, the risks and threats to Africa. Are we going to end up being the dustbin? Is Africa going to end up being the dustbin of satellite technology? Number two, are there ethical issues in this research technology. The ethical is important because we have got young people coming in. So how do we manage the ethical issues that are going to arise, I believe, very soon? For example, can military technology based on satellite be used to kill civilians? Is that an ethical issue? The Iran issue, Iran leader issue was killed in Iraq. All these ethical issues. What are we, as we start with our small space programs, doing to also encourage the young people to think about the ethical issues of space technology?
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. Our sound team, please do something about those mics so we don't waste a minute. Please, any responses to those 3 questions?
Yeah, I want to respond to the first question. And if I got it right, it is about sensitization and what are we doing in terms of passing the message down to the public. This particular conference is the first one, but it is actually a step in that towards that endeavor to ensure that the conversation is to ensure that the conversation is expanded beyond just the stakeholders. So I agree that there's a lot that needs to go out in terms of getting the public to appreciate and to understand. And this is one of the small steps that we are taking. We'll definitely need to do more in terms of sensitization. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to add to what the DG has just said. As RCMLD, or Regional Center, we do sensitization across our member states. We've just concluded open day sessions in Uganda and Rwanda, where we bring all stakeholders that use our services to show them what is available and what we are doing, and we intend to do that across our membership. Beyond that, I think just as our colleague from Egypt mentioned, we are working with secondary schools. We have a program called Space Challenge, where we work with secondary schools in our region. We get teachers, train them. We select schools across the country, in Kenya here, in Uganda, Rwanda, Ethiopia. Train them in using some of this data, knowing the data, and making some products. We organize competitions. Then at the national level, we are able to award prizes just to encourage these people to take up careers in these areas. Then next year, we are going to have a regional competition, now bringing together Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda, secondary schools with their projects. Beyond that, we have also established a program called KUZA, or mentorship program in universities. So we've set up clubs in Makerere University, University of Rwanda, and then across the country here, all aimed at really developing the interest in these areas and them knowing the opportunities that are available. So all these space agencies are growing up, but they'll need these people. So we need to prepare them so that they have the critical mass they require to make them functional. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. If I would just add a little to what was said. We also have African Regional Center for space science and education in Nigeria, and most Kenyans have been part of that. I also see one of the staff of Kenya Space Agency. He was there in 2019, and this outfit also organized some of the programs for the African English speaking. That is AXTI, African Regional Center for Space Science and Education in English. And apart from that, I think the second question is saying if the information is available in the areas of security. These are the kind of questions the media and the Nigerians are asking us all the time. And we know there are certain things we cannot do. Security information is security information and is not available for the public consumption. I, as a DG of a space agency, cannot tell any media organization what we do with the military. It's not done. The same information the military is using, if you make it available to the public, can also be used against the citizens. So you have a lot of people asking you, why can't you tell them what you are doing with the military? And we say, if you want to know, go to the military, because we know that when they go to the military, I always make this joke. I say, even when a military man writes a love letter, he will put restricted at the bottom. So definitely, you cannot ask me on the face of a television and ask me to tell you what I'm doing with the military. What the military is doing is for your own safety, for your own security, and he cannot make it a public document. So these are some areas where we have a lot of issues all the time. But I can tell you they are using the technology, and also the bad people are also using the technology. So these are areas where definitely we have to depart. And the Honorable Minister asked about ethical issues. I saw something about the law, the space law here. I don't know whether Dr. Val will want to speak about it, because he has served in that community, in that committee he has done so well in that committee. Maybe he can talk about that ethics.
No, thanks, Halilu. And exactly to the question the Chief Secretary of Defense has asked around the ethical issues. So just to take it from a perspective of the Outer Space Treaty, the United Nations Outer Space Treaty, so using space applications for defense purposes is not necessarily non-peaceful. Where it becomes non-peaceful is when you try to weaponize space or put weapons into space. And that becomes problematic, and that's where the ethical issue creeps in. Another issue that's quite controversial is anti-satellite tests, where you blast a missile and you try to hit a satellite and you break it up into pieces, then that introduces space debris. And so because of that, the UN set up a committee to look at the long-term sustainability of space, to limit the potential for collisions in space. So space situational awareness is quite critical for us, because you want to ensure that for future generations you have access to low Earth orbit or even geostationary orbit and so on. And I think the legal instruments also has to be beefed up at a national level based on the UN treaties and conventions. So for example, if an aircraft crashes, from a legal perspective we use what is called strict-based liability. There's a formula that's used where you compensate the passengers or the families of the passengers who were killed. In space it's different. It's fault-based liability. You have to prove whose fault it is in order to claim liability. And that's why situational awareness from a country perspective is very important. And space weather, for example, is part of the guidelines, international guidelines for long-term sustainability. So weaponization of space is a no-no. Countries try to do that. And the anti-satellite tests we see every time that happens, like India, Russia, China blasted a satellite in orbit, there's a public outcry. So there's an ethical issue. So I think it's trying to test the treaties and conventions. And I think even there we need to start looking at revisions from a legislation point of view. I don't think we're keeping up with the times.
Yes, there was a question which was directed to me, and I want to answer it. Despite of us having a legal provision by all counties to adopt the space science technology and GIS, most counties have not adopted that technology. And the reason has been technology has been seen as something that is not required as an urgent matter.
leaders seem to think that building a school or a health center is more important than spending money to build an infrastructure that will create information for you. So that has been one of the big problems. But in every initiative, you need a champion. And luckily enough, since when I was elected a governor, I have worked very closely with my colleagues, and I've been able to convince them why it is important that they use science and technology as a leverage to all our development endeavors. And since we have already set ourselves a system that works, we have encouraged all other departments, all other counties to benchmark in our county, and we are offering them some training. And I'm happy FAO is here, Husna is here. FAO has agreed to sponsor all the other counties to come to Vihiga to be able to see what we are doing, and we have agreed with them that after that we do training for them. And I can assure you that quite a number, so far we have had about 24 counties who have done benchmarking in our county, and they are already in the process of now putting up systems for them to adopt this technology. And FAO and European Union have already come up with a project which will be helping the rest of the counties.
All right, yes, thank you so much, gentlemen, and thank you, delegates. We have to close this session, but before we do that, can we have just a minute of any concluding remarks from the panelists? A minute each, please. We'll start with you, Dr. Nkurunziza.
Thank you very much. I thank you once again for inviting us to be part of this session. It's a pleasure as a regional center for mapping to see our member states developing their own space agencies. So we cannot have too many players in this field because the potential that is available from Earth observation geospatial technologies is enormous. And I always call upon all of us, let's do all we can and make sure the fourth industrial revolution, as our guest of honor mentioned, does not leave us just like the industrial revolution left us so many decades ago. So all you have to do is apply our minds and we'll be able to participate like every other nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I thank the Kenyan Space Agency for this meeting, for this Expo and conference. It is coming on the heel of the meeting for the African space, African satellite development, where we are thinking about climate change. It is when we meet like this that we find the common problem in Africa and think about developing a satellite that will solve African problem. We don't expect anybody to come and solve your problems. Since you are the one living in the problems, you have to speak together to identify one thing you can do together to solve that unique problem that we are having. Two, in a conference like this, we get to know the activities various space agencies are engaged in so that we can leverage on it. And you can see that is the topic of the conference. What I will only encourage us to do is to attend the conference to the end so that we can benefit. So many questions that were raised here will be answered in one or two of these panels. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I want to congratulate Kenya Space Agency for this successful opening of the conference, and I have full confidence that the next 2 days will have the same success.
Thank you, sir.
As for me, at the Space Agency, we of course acknowledge that we need a lot of investment from government we need resources to be able to make the necessary investments so that we're able to accrue from the benefits. From the sessions, obviously, I think what has come out is that there is a lot that we can benefit from. There are a lot of questions on whether it is even necessary to develop satellites. We hope in the course of our conversations, we'll be able to see the sense in investing in space sciences and technologies, because that is really the way to go, and we'll be able to recoup on the benefits. We are also open to investments from the international partners, whether it be in development of vertical infrastructure. We know that Kenya was once a launching site. We are still very keen on having conversations around establishment of a spaceport and many other facilities, ground infrastructure, whether it be in space traffic management or any other areas of interest. We are willing to listen, and we are looking forward to those interactions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kano.
Just as a parting remark, there's normally a slide that I put up where it shows that if you put the US, Europe, and China together, the land surface area of Africa is still larger than all of them put together. Now, there's 2 points that I normally make with that slide. One is it emphasizes the scale problem we have in Africa in terms of social, economic, environmental issues that we have to deal with. Secondly, if you look at budgets, I think in Africa it's not even coming close to $100 million. Whereas if you look at the rest, you're talking about 60 to $100 billion. So there's a mismatch. So we can never expect to harvest the benefits of space science and technology if we don't have the political commitment and we don't put the financial resources in this. So I think that's what we need to secure going forward.
Thank you so much. His Excellency, Governor.
I wish to take this opportunity to thank the Kenya Space Agency for convening this conference. This is a very important step towards moving in the right direction. Secondly, I want to say that Kenya Space Agency, you need to be open so that we can have all Kenyans know what Kenya Space Agency can do. And in this regard, I would recommend that you come up with a very aggressive outreach program to let Kenyans know what space technology can offer, and particularly at the school level. If you can have, for example, a radio program which targets young people, because young people will be very interested to know what is in space and what can be done. And finally, I would like to recommend that since the county governments, the 47 county governments, we are the ones implementing all these projects, all these sectors where space technology is applied, they are implemented at the county level. I would recommend that you engage the Council of Governors so that we have an MOU with you so that you can now be able to promote this technology right to the people who practice and the governors who make the decisions, because that's the way we can be able to bring this technology to the lowest level possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, and thank you, gentlemen, for your very valuable time and those insights. I appreciate, please, let's get back to our seats as we appreciate them with a shower of claps. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much. You see, in Africa, we say it's only the wearer of the shoe who knows where it hurts the most. Africa, we're the ones who know where the problem is. Before we cry out for help in the countries that are doing great in matters space science and technology, we know where the problem is, so we can. Sorry. I hope you're okay, sir. Sorry. All right. Okay. All right, so like I was saying, Africa, we're the ones who know where the problem is. So before we cry out for help or we seek help from Europe, America, Asia, you know where the problem is, and we're the only ones who can initiate the solutions to these problems. So right about now, we are about to go for our health break, but before we do that, we have a small token for our keynote speakers. So again, I would like to invite His Excellency Dr. Wilbur Tichilo, please come up front, and Dr. Val Munsami. We have a small token for you as an appreciation for the keynote speakers. Thank you so much, and every panelist who was here. I hope are we learning or we are bored? Are we? No, we are not. Surely we are not. I am not, so you shouldn't be. Okay, so I would like to invite Colonel Kipkos Gay. Please come and hand over. Thank you, sir. All right. We start with Governor, His Excellency.
And sharing with us insights and experience on utilizing space technologies for socioeconomic development. Please accept this small token of appreciation from the Kenya Space Agency. Thank you, sir.
All right, we have one more, sir.
Dr. Mansami, we also have a very small token of appreciation. This is an endangered species. We don't know whether it is in your part of your country, but please accept this as a small token of appreciation from Kenya Space Agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, another round of applause, please. Okay, so we are ready for a break. As you can see, we are behind time. We're supposed to be back here at 2. By my time is 1:19, 20, depends on your watch. But can we try and be here at 2? Can we grab our lunch real quick? I hope so. So we are heading to the next session, which is a health break. Please grab your lunch real quick, then you can be here at 2 for the next session. We still have a lot to discuss. We have a lot to learn. And during your break, please make time to visit the booth. There's a lot of innovation showcasing out there. Make sure you get to see, interact with those at the booths, ask questions. And you can grab any of the panelists who are here and ask the questions. I know we couldn't pick all of them, but they're all available. So thank you, and enjoy your lunch.
It is my honor to speak in the opening of this event. First of all, hello everybody. I'm Yasuo Ishii, Vice President of JAXA, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. It is my honor to speak in the opening of this event. First of all, I'd like to celebrate this inaugural event and I would extend my sincere respect to the Kenya Space Agency for organizing this event. JAXA and Kenya has developed very good relationships through Kibo Cube program. The Kibo Cube is UN-Japan cooperation program on CubeSat deployment from the Japanese experiment module Kibo of the International Space Station since 2015. The team from the University of Nairobi and its satellite, Wankun's PF, was the first winner of this program, and the CubeSat was successfully deployed from Kibo of ISS in 2018. Since then, JAXA has launched a new international collaboration program with the support of Japanese universities named J-Cube, a fee-based program providing deployment opportunities for CubeSat up to 3 units from Kibo. In addition, we also have started another program with commercial service provider, which offers demonstration opportunities in space environment using Kibo Expo's facility. Some space component testing and material experiments are already executed. Actually, the name Kibo means hope in Japanese, so JAXA would hope these Kibo-related opportunities will be the next steps for Kenya's space program on the success of Wankun's PF. In this August, the Japanese government will host the 8th Tokyo International Conference on African Development, TICAD 8, in Tunisia. At this occasion, JAXA will organize an event focused on Japan-Africa CubeSat cooperation to promote space utilization of African countries. We look forward to your participation. Now, I would like to close my remarks with the wish that your conference will make a great success. Thank you very much for your attention. On CubeSat deployment from the Japanese experiment module Kibo of the International Space Station since 2015. The team from the University of Nairobi and its satellite, Wankun's PF, was the first winner of this program, and the CubeSat was successfully deployed from Kibo of ISS in 2018. Since then, JAXA has launched a new international collaboration program with the support of Japanese universities named J-Cube, a fee-based program providing deployment opportunities for CubeSat up to 3 units from Kibo. In addition, we also have started another program with commercial service provider, which offers demonstration opportunities in space environment using Kibo Expo's facility. Some space component testing and material experiments are already executed. Actually, the name Kibo means hope in Japanese, so JAXA would hope these Kibo-related opportunities will be the next steps for Kenya's space program on the success of OneCoast PF. In this August, the Japanese government will host the 8th Tokyo International Conference on African Development, TICAD 8, in Tunisia. At this occasion, JAXA will organize an event focused on Japan-Africa CubeSat cooperation to promote space utilization of African countries. We look forward to your participation. Now, I would like to close my remarks with the wish that your conference will make a great success. Thank you very much for your attention. Hello, everybody. I'm Yasuo Ishii, Vice President of JAXA, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. It is my honor to speak in the opening of this event. First of all, I'd like to celebrate this inaugural event, and I would extend my sincere respect to the Kenya Space Agency for organizing this event. JAXA and Kenya has developed very good relationships through Kibo Cube program. The Kibo Cube is UN-Japan cooperation program on CubeSat deployment from the Japanese experiment module Kibo of the International Space Station since 2015. The team from the University of Nairobi and its satellite, OneCoast PF, was the first winner of this program, and the CubeSat was successfully deployed from Kibo of ISS in 2018. Since then, JAXA has launched a new international collaboration program with the support of Japanese universities named J-Cube, a fee-based program providing deployment opportunities for CubeSat up to 3 from Kibo. In addition, we also have started another program with commercial service provider, which offers demonstration opportunities in space environment using Kibo Expo's facility. Some space component testing and material experiments are already executed. Actually, the name Kibo means hope in Japanese, so JAXA would hope these Kibo-related opportunities will be the next steps for Kenya's space program on the success of OneCoast PF. In this August, the Japanese government will host the 8th Tokyo International Conference on African Development, TICAD 8, in Tunisia. At this occasion, JAXA will organize an event focused on Japan-Africa CubeSat cooperation to promote space utilization of African countries. We look forward to your participation. Now, I would like to close my remarks with the wish that your conference will make a great success. Thank you very much for your attention. Hello, everybody. I'm Yasuo Ishii, Vice President of JAXA, Japan Aerospace Exploration.
One, two, 1, 2. Thank you. Mic 1, 2. 1, 2. 1. One, two. Mic test. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Mic test. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1.
we are ready for the next session. We have quite a lot this afternoon, and we wouldn't like to keep you till late in the evening. So please, let's get back to the hall. Those of us outside at the exhibition halls, please, exhibition booths, I mean, please let's get back to the hall. Let's settle down for the next plenary sessions. Please, Eunice, get ready. Eunice Nduati, please get ready. Dr. Eunice Nduati will be moderating the next session. Yeah. Please, let's get back to the hall. Those outside in the exhibition rooms, welcome back. If you're still at the exhibition booths, please, I see a lot of people out there. Please, let's get back to the hall for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is about to start. Please, let's get back to the hall. Announcement, please, let's get back to the hall for the next session. If you're visiting the exhibition booths, please do so real quick, and let's get back to the next session. Announcement, please, we are ready for the next session. We have a lot to cover this afternoon. We have quite a lot to cover this afternoon. If you can hear me, I'm sure you can. Our speakers are ready, our panelists are ready. Let's not keep them waiting. Please, let's get back to the hall for the next session.
1, 2, mic check. Ladies and gentlemen, 1, 2, 2, 2.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the next session. And just to let you know that there are other concurrent sessions ongoing. We have a session in my room. We have Muina room upstairs as you go out on your left. Upstairs, if you need to be there, there are sessions going on there as well. And we have another session this afternoon, actually 3 of them, that we'll try and make sure that we cover as much as we can this afternoon. So now I would like to kindly invite Dr. Eunice Nduati to come and take over, please.
So, good afternoon. Honorable delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Are we all in the same session? Okay, great. So, welcome to the first of several concurrent sessions. We really value your attendance and participation in this session, which is titled, can we have that? Is there a slide for that? Is there a slide for the session? Kindly put it up. Yes. So the session is titled Enhancing Food Security Using Space Technologies. Now, in order to help us along with this discussion and in the interest of time, I will keep the introductions brief. We have a panel of experts drawn from academia, private business, also non-governmental and governmental organizations. So I will introduce our first speaker and panelist, Dr. Catherine Nakalembe from the University of Maryland. She's an associate professor at the University of Maryland in the Department of Geographical Sciences, and her research focuses on food security and artificial intelligence using Earth observation data from satellites and machine learning applications for small-scale agriculture, food security, and risk assessment. Dr. Nakalembe, welcome. Our second speaker and panelist is Mr. Juan Suarez from GNV. GMV is a private capital technology business group that is involved in various industries. Mr. Suarez has vast experience in Earth observation, applied to natural resource monitoring and management. So welcome, Mr. Suarez. Our third panelist is Dr. Kiringai Kamau. He is the Deputy CEO of the Global Open Data for Agriculture and Nutrition, GODAN. He is also the founder of GODAN's program for capacity development in Africa, which hosts the GODAN South Secretariat at the University of Nairobi's Department of Food Science, Nutrition and Technology. Welcome, Dr. Kamau. Thank you. And our third, actually fourth panelist is Ms. Husna Mubarak. Ms. Husna Mubarak is the team leader for governance and of land and natural resource at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, Kenya representation. And she manages the land governance portfolio around land administration, tenure and management, land use planning, conflict and dispute resolution, policy and legal framework, gender, equality, rights, mainstreaming. She handles a lot. So welcome, Ms. Mubarak. And finally, last but not least, we have Ms. Janet Ngesa from the Kenya Agricultural Livestock Research Organization, who is an ICT professional And she's heavily involved with the data management, including dissemination of agro information to farmers. So she has high-level interactions with farmers on the ground. So welcome, Ms. Ngesa. So the format we shall take for this presentation, for this session, is we shall have the two presentations by our speakers, Dr. Catherine and also Mr. Suarez. And then we shall have a panel discussion for around 20 minutes. But as you can see, the panel was here on time. So we'll try and keep it moving. Then we'll have a Q&A session. So I would kindly request that you hold your questions until the end, and we shall address them at the end. So, Dr. Nakalembe, welcome.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch. My name is Catherine Nakalembe. I'm an associate research professor at the University of Maryland, and I will talk about the NASA Harvest Africa program. This is under the broader NASA Harvest program, which is NASA's Agriculture and Food Security program, and it is intended to support integration and utilization of Earth observations for agriculture monitoring, working with stakeholders at different levels. And it is managed by the University of Maryland, and under this program, I'm the Africa Program Director. And so this is sort of an overview diagram. It really just generally applies to all of Earth observations. It's not as accurate as I want it to be, but it just, and we've kind of had a good overview already in the morning. We have satellites collecting data on Earth every day, everywhere. We combine ground truth data with satellite observations to characterize things about the planet, and in this particular example, it's purely about agriculture. We extract information, for example, on cropland, crop type, and we have information from satellites, including rainfall, temperature, and forecast, and then that can be used at the farm level, but can also be used for decision making, for example, for early warning. So I like to show this thing, even though I'd like to improve it significantly. I keep improving it every time. And as part of the Africa program priorities, we want to improve the systems where you can access information, for example, for crop conditions assessments. We want to advance the methods that are that inform the data that are in those systems. So you don't want to use a model that was developed, I don't know, 100 years ago for monitoring cropland right now, because it might not be able using the best available data sets that are available. And then the third is transferring capacity, working with national organizations that want to use these tools within the context of their institution. The other is, of course, partnerships. It's been said already today, you can't do all of this as one institution. So some examples of some of the EO data systems that we primarily use as part of our program. We have the Global Agriculture Monitoring System. Anybody, anywhere can literally analyze what's happening with cropland pretty much everywhere. We have, so this is just a few of some of them. One of the most common, most popular one that's used is the GLAM system. And then we have the crop monitor system in the bottom right. These are custom developed systems. They were developed as part of the Global Agriculture Monitoring Initiative, GeoGLAM, and customized for individual countries. And the examples that I'm showing here is when you zoom into Kenya or work on the Kenya platforms. So in terms of the methods, I'm going to go really quickly. We are working actively on improving methods for collecting ground truth. We can't take information out of satellites unless we have ground truth information. to validate, train, and develop more models. And so we're doing some really interesting, really cool approaches that are specifically context relevant for within Africa. The next is, I wanted to show this example from a previous one. We have this project called Helmets Labeling Crops, using motorcycle drivers to collect data, and we're currently trying to do, these campaigns are actually ongoing in these countries in Africa. The other is, once we have some ground truth data from multiple places, we're coming up with smart ways of making the ground truth data sets machine learning ready and accessible to others. So we're compiling what we're calling Crop Harvest, which is a global data set of where there is ground truth information that you can use to develop, let's say, for example, a cropland map or a crop type map. With that information, we can develop crop land maps and crop type maps. And we're investing a lot of time in developing machine learning based approaches to extract and develop cropland informations, but in a scalable way, as well as making the data, the tools, the methods, all of them publicly available. So everything that I'm showing here can be accessed, including the papers, the guidance documents, as well as can be run for multiple countries. So this is an example result for a 2019 Kenya cropland map using our, what we're calling a crop mask workflow. And we're doing crop type mappings. An example of a common bean map for Kenya. It's a probability map, what the machine learning model is predicting as bean, common bean in Kenya. It combines that crop harvest data set where we have examples of common bean, we run the model and then evaluate it based on data from within Busia County, in this case where we had common bean data. We're also trying to develop methods for delineating field boundaries. They're important for area estimation, for farm level management or assessment, and it's something that we're working heavily on using computer vision approaches, image segmentation as well. We are spending a lot of time on yield estimation, so we have a scalable approach for forecasting yield using remote sensing data. I added these images to show you one example of what it takes to collect data. This was done in, this is being done by the Ministry of Agriculture here in Kenya. They're collecting ground data on yield, and doing that at scale is incredibly expensive and time intensive. And so, but combining a little bit of that with satellite remote sensing, we can get a better understanding of what's happening in a much larger area. An example of our workflow that integrates earth observations, ground truth yield data going forward. An example of how those products can support decision support systems is this, with the using that GeoSIF model. It's a yield forecasting model. We've been able to support a regional food balance sheet, for example. Capacity, we do a lot of training, so I'm going to go really quickly through the next slides. Across multiple countries, different individuals, different organizations, including universities. Our partners, this is just a few of some of the partners that we work with. The list is much bigger than this. In terms of impact, the crop monitor system that I showed before has been used and integrated for monitoring within Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Ethiopia, and Mali. It's built off of a global crop monitor system, and a lot of these systems are operational, including the one in Kenya that's being managed by the ministry. An example of the impact of having this system is the ministry is able to keep track of things that are happening in all the counties, and are reporting on extreme events in a way that's much more understood and shareable across multiple scales. And then in terms of the crop monitor impact, this is an example from this year. The ministry is coordinating, by coordinating with the different counties, they're able to keep track of where interventions have been implemented, as well as share information with the network of extension agents that contribute towards the crop monitor. Enabling risk financing is an example from Uganda. Using the GLAM system, they were able to develop this disaster risk financing program that over the 5 years of the program, they saved over $11 million by providing early warning using the system. Aspirations of our program, this is my last slide, is we want to increase access to using deep learning approaches for crop monitoring. We want to do more use-inspired work, so not throwing out and producing more data sets and products, but they have a purpose. And then growing our training program, having stronger real partnerships, And yeah, I guess the last two are the same, a stronger and equitable partnership so that we're working together. And we are, for example, trying to figure out a way of working with the Kenya Space Agency in multiple things. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Dr. Nakalembe. Now, I think for those of you who are here for the plenary session, there was a lady who asked a question about why go to space. And this session directly addresses that in a sector that is very close to our hearts. So the next speaker is Juan Suarez. And I just wanted to say that apart from being in the private sector, he has also a background as a researcher. I think it was the University of the University of Castilla-La Mancha. So welcome, Mr. Suarez.
I'm sorry because I beat theft of this. So I reside in Spain. I work across Africa. And thank you very much, Chair. So Africultures. In Africultures, we wanted first we stay on the motto on the project. Our aim is food security in Africa, and I'm glad to having had Catherine before me, because about technologies, methods, and so on, she already introduced, so it's very good. So it's easier to me to go over the presentation. So what is Africultures? Africultures is a partnership formed by 17 institutions from across Europe and Africa, because from the beginning, what is more important, we wanted to bring into the consortium the knowledge and the wisdom from Africa. It's not about jumping with the parachute on science and technology, doing something from the laboratory to deliver something that at the end perhaps is not addressing real challenges. So keep this in mind, because it's one of the drivers for us. So the goals and objectives of the project is to, in principle, for sure, contribute to the enhancement of food security in Africa with the support of remote sensing. At this moment, I would say that I would remove the part of remote sensing, even though we are in an airspace conference in talking about Earth observation, but it's not just Earth observation. There are many ingredients put in this into the receipt, okay, to deliver at the end something through a decision support system, to deliver information which is actionable and addressing real life needs. So you know that food production poses different challenges, and there is composed by 4 components, which is the food availability, the access to food, the utilization by the individuals, and the stability of these 3 components a long time. And the good is that using Earth observation and geospatial technology, we are able to cover at least the part on the availability, and for sure the part on the stability of food availability in a region. We can also address access to food through, I don't know, GPS positioning, so on, but it's not the matter or at the end the goal of the project. So in the concept, as already mentioned before in the previous presentation, we are integrating data coming from the ground, information provided by the final users. We are for sure using Earth observation data, mostly, or not mostly, just using open data. In the case, we got this mandate from the European Commission, who's funding the project. We are integrating data coming from different sensors, meteorological stations. We are feeding or forcing models, different crop models, deterministic, machine learning, deep learning, you know, all this stuff with this data. We are also addressing the short-term weather forecast in case is missing, or entering into another time schedule or time, in the sense that we are providing seasonal forecasts or variability of seasonal forecast, the climate, and long-term climate scenarios. So you see, we are providing all of these, but in the center of, again, the users, because it's not just the African participants, but their contribution like beacons attracting the national users of these countries in where we are developing the pilot programs, the pilot projects, because we need their participation. It's not about having just data coming from satellites, sensors, or whatever. We can provide from our laboratories information in the form of data more elaborated. We have some knowledge in sometimes, but we're really addressing these needs of the active participation in a co-design exercise, a co-development exercise of the final users. So then we are getting to the core, is addressing real needs. And these real needs are for different, at the end the target is to sustain food production, because it's mostly produced in Africa by smallholders. But getting one by one is not attainable. That's why we are working together with different key agri-aggregators, the public sector concerned about policy making, the implementation of programs, the assessment of the results of those programs, of the well-being of the populations. Also, with the agribusiness sector, including associations of smallholders or cooperatives. They are really the ones producing on the ground, but also these private business providing seeds or providing fertilizers that want to somehow improve the production of food, and while at the same time fidelizing their customers. For sure, we are working or targeting the civil society and NGOs who are delivering, most of them on the ground. The financial and insurance sectors, which are key for the improvement of food security, because somehow if the farmer gets an digital ID, then he can get a loan, can be sustained, invest, reinvest in food production, get savings to invest on the improvement of their means and so on. And academia, because at the end the youth are the ones who will be taking over the effort on sustaining this kind of activities. It's not just agriculture, but all these activities around food security. So what we have in the back end is an engine for the services, for using crop models, land strain models, hydrological, meteorological, climatic models, and so on, that I don't want to get into. So working together with the users of the project, we are delivering this moment, and I'm missing in this slide one of the services, which is capacity development. But 7 information services that are mixed to serve different specific purpose that are implemented for some key crops in the continent, across the continent, including livestock, and through the 10 national use cases that are being implemented and deployed at this moment through the platform. We have a platform which is very important to us, because it's like the window we have for the public, but for sure we can remove the platform, but at the end we have the services that can be combined, or we can unplug one of the services and put another one which is working better for sure. So we are so flexible to integrate at the end the whole value chain within agriculture, because we are thinking about sustainability. Sustainability is based on trust, is based on plans, on co-branding, and so on. But yeah, at the end is about collaboration and putting all these efforts we have together because our vision at the end is Africultures to become like a food security innovation hub for Africa, including not just information, but good practices and case examples and means to others to create added value on top of what we are providing or what we are mainstreaming through Africultures. So thank you very much. I'm sorry. I was kidding.
Okay, so thank you so much, Mr. Suarez. And we shall now move into the panel discussion session. Again, as we move along, kindly formulate your questions. We shall have a Q&A session at the end of this. So just to start us off, I have a question that I will address to Ms. Husna Mubarak. Food security is a serious concern. What are the opportunities to address the situation using space technology? Ms. Mubarak?
Thank you, and a good afternoon to everybody. Once again, congratulations to Kenya Space Agency for pulling this together and really promoting technology and specific space technology to be able to really look into the development agenda at regional and also even national level. My name is Husna Mubarak. I work for Food and Agriculture Organization. Importantly to note is the mandate for FAO in regards to ending hunger and of course improving of nutrition, increase around agriculture productivity, but most importantly in regards to strengthening surveillance, research and enabling good practices to promote responsible governance at all levels around food and nutrition security. So opportunities are quite heavy, and actually I'll just look into what we are doing and working in partnership at various levels. And one of the looking at our mandates, and some of the tools we've really been using and promoting within agriculture cuts across early warning systems to aspects of productivity, but also importantly in regards to extension services, e-voucher systems, and farmers registration. And one of them is the predictive livestock early warning systems, which we're working across to really look into movements, but forage monitoring, and most importantly, aspects of drought. And I think for a while, during the pandemic, COVID, most of you heard about the locusts, the desert locusts. So some of these systems are used actually to manage and control the same. But also leveraging around extension services, farmer registration, and e-voucher systems, which is a build-on module, that is the Kenya Integrated Agriculture Management Systems, KIAMIS, which is still being rolled out. And I think that is one system which, for Kenya specifically, if you ask how many farmers we have, it becomes a whole debate. So this is one of the systems we try to use so as we can leverage on what is already available, but also importantly, to be able to have data so as it can be used for various mandates. This actually aligns is not only a system, but it's whole time in regards to use of the various technologies, including the GIS. I know we've been working very closely with S3, RCMRD, and others. And the earlier panel also you heard about what is happening in Vihiga as pilots to so many of our work.
how we can use that technology to leverage on this system and be able to inform but give out data. Also, one of the other things which is around land tenure, and I think this forms the factor when you talk about agriculture and food and nutrition security, the aspects of tenure becomes a whole lot. So I know there has been in Kenya the National Land Information Management System rolling out. It's still a big process, but I think at the moment all these other technology are leveraged and be built on together and layered upon each other. That already gives out a wholesome approach to when we are discussing food and nutrition security. And I think these are not only at a top level, but also down to the communities to be able to get the nitty-gritties, the spatial, and all the other data information required to be able to plan for development. But also around the same is the specificity around ecosystem management, ecosystem restoration. I know we've been working around carbon monitoring within the region, but also importantly to leverage with other technologies in this. Some of the things which I really need to point out here is in regards to the various gaps which are still in, being discussed, or they're emerging, but also in so many ways we call them challenges. We're still not yet there in regards to giving out of quality data and information despite all these technologies, but also importantly in regards to coordination and integration, where all sectors from private to government be able to coordinate for sustainable processes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very detailed perspective from the non-governmental perspective, isn't it? So I will ask the same question of Dr. Kamau, and this I suppose will be the academic perspective.
Yes. Thank you very much. I think there are diverse opportunities on matters to do with food security and the concerns around it. I come from the Global Open Data for Agriculture and Nutrition, Gordon, and our focus is helping governments to identify how data associated with agriculture and nutrition is easily findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And when you actually come to talking about now use of satellite data, one of the biggest challenges that you find, and which I would dare say that whenever you find a challenge, there is an opportunity, is do we know how land has been used in the past and what are the potential that it has? So land use, you find opportunities in mapping that. So the satellite infrastructure, we have satellites that span around the globe, and you will find every 5 days, for instance, you'll get some indication of what is happening on the ground. So the potential for land use is very important to help you with assessment. The other one that we find interesting is the one on monitoring of activities that are happening in the agricultural ecosystem. So you will find that you will be in a position to monitor activities as are happening on a day-to-day basis, which gives you an opportunity also to capture whether there is challenges associated with weather variations. When you see a cropping failure, you will be able to detect that using the satellite infrastructure. It's an opportunity that you actually can do with developing solutions around that. And then you have the predictive dimension, which is what is currently being used very much amongst the many young people who are developing applications and institutions that have come with the predictive dimension of solutions around agriculture. And so you will find that there are opportunities in supporting the management and prediction, and more so creating of predict technologies associated with AI and machine learning technologies. You'll find that universities today are very heavily involved in promoting students to create devices that help in capturing of the data to ground truth, whatever is happening, whatever data is being captured from the satellite, and then development of the algorithms that integrate these two. So I would say that there are diverse opportunities that you can bring in, and we can mention, of course, there are also opportunities in telling us whether we have sufficient rain coming so that you can effectively give an early warning around what is should be the precipitation expected in a particular period of time. I want to say that that is all that I can say on that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Kamau. Now, I've been requested to make a correction. Now, the Food and Agriculture Organization is not a non-governmental organization, but an intergovernmental agency or UN agency. So I think, is that accurate, Ms. Mubarak? Okay. So moving on, okay, just to summarize what Ms. Mubarak and Dr. Kamau have mentioned, that there are opportunities, and the opportunities are dependent on our exploitation of the available technology. Now I want to address the next question linked to that aspect to Ms. Ngesa on what are the limitations. We know that there are opportunities, but what are the limitations and challenges faced with the utilization of Earth observation data in addressing food security?
Okay, I want to thank you for that opportunity. Okay, as Janet, I work for CALRO. CALRO is a research organization, and we have highly integrated the ICT in CALRO, and we also have a farmer database where we have a big data about farmer information, and we disseminate information to these farmers. So we have an online integrated platform that is called CAOP. It uses geodata from the satellite to generate a real-time information that is being sent to farmers. This platform also, it can give a prediction of about weather information for the next 15 days based on the location where the farmer is. So we are really concerned with the space data, space technology. But still, there are quite challenges and limitations that we are still facing. One that I can say is getting high resolution data. It is still a challenge. The data that we are currently using, I say it's not that high resolution imagery. And if you can manage to get a high resolution data, they are quite expensive and also commercialized. Another thing also, you find that most farmers in Kenya, they do intercropping. So intercropping becomes a bit challenge. When you want to train the model, it is still a challenge. And also because of, another point, because of farm fragmentation, that one also still a challenge in Kenya. You find farmers owning small parcels of land, so it becomes challenge getting a high resolution image and also data. Another challenge that I can still say, it is dealing with satellite data really need high computing power, which is still a challenge. So those are some of the things that I can note out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, I think, Mr. Suarez, you have also had the experience in Africa using Earth observation data. So what challenges have you encountered?
Okay,
First challenge, I would say that for the uptake of Earth observation data and services is first is create awareness. I think one challenge we have as a community practitioners of Earth observation is create awareness, not about the satellites. Everyone has a mobile phone with Google Earth or whatever. I don't know. I wanted to put this the trademark, but create awareness about not Earth observation, but the use of Earth observation, and which what can Earth observation bring back from the investment that can be made. So just to put an example of this, I was in a conversation with the Ministry of Environment in Spain, talking with a lady in charge of water management. We have a huge problem with Camelot in the Guadiana River. Camelot is like a water jacinth in the Lake Victoria. And they were not aware that if simply running 2 lines code in Python, we can extract and monitor Camelot every 5 days in the Guadiana River. So it's about creating challenge, creating awareness. This is the challenge first. And the second is to create capacities. I should stick to my slides. So it's also create capacities within those making decisions on the uptake of Earth observation, because the more acquainted are them about Earth observation and geospatial data science, the more interested will be on implementing and on uptaking and sustaining a long time this. So I see this not just in Africa, but also in Europe, in Spain, at least where I live. So these are, to me, the two main questions. So a part is the access to the data, findable, accessible, and so on and so on. But I think it is already solved through IT, so through standards, through guidelines for open research and so on. But it's not an issue. The issue in this is on our side on implementing really these good practices. And we have guidelines and means to do that. Well, okay. So I don't know if I'm addressing the whole question, but I think it's my point. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we can agree that the challenges that you're facing are quite different from the private sector perspective compared to the government sector perspective. So in line with that, what is the role? I think I'll give a minute, because we all experience challenges when it comes to the use of Earth data, Earth observation data for food security, isn't it? So what is the role of local communities in your perspective towards one? I think we can start with you. And then.
Okay, so the local communities, at the end, they are the beneficiaries from all the services. So I see the local communities and co-design, or if we go before the co-design on expressing the needs. So I need to, I don't know, to feed my goats, and I move across because I'm a herder, and I need to also to know where can I put water for the herd. So the role of the local communities is to express these needs, because we as practitioners or industry or academia implementing services, at the end what we took is these needs, and through engineering we put this into requirements, the requirements on technology, requirements on science, on capacity development, on information. But at the end we are just doing what we know to do, but we need to really address those needs through requirements, because what we understand or what systems understand. And we see this role. And also within these local communities, it could be great if we can have at least the model farmer or the model herder that can be followed by the others. Okay, this is working, because at the end perhaps they're receiving just a SMS or I don't know, a message through the radio. But if this is working, that's trustable, because it's addressing what we need. So we move to the other area and the blah blah, and so when we were able to feed our ships. Yeah, that's the reality.
Okay.
Perhaps it's biased because I'm coming to the Great North. I'm surprised because I'm the unique coming from Europe. So I'd rather prefer someone from African delivering today. But okay, I've been invited. I'm very glad for this. I'm very thankful. But perhaps I'm biased on my view on the role of because I lack of the real knowledge. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, Dr. Nakalembe, your perspective.
I think, it's sort of a combination, but I would kind of flip it. It's not what the role of the local community is. It is, if you think about it from a research perspective, as building use-inspired research, you start with the local community. It's not, putting them in your, if you think about it as a Lego, then we'll put the local community in the context of the technology. So kind of working backwards, I think Juan gave a really good example. If it's a herder, what do they want? And then you work backwards and try to address the system. You also mentioned, we have a sufficient amount of tools, data sets, there are definitely solutions to solve. So if you think about Cairo being the organization for which this development is being done, you have to define it from what is Cairo wanting to do, where does Cairo stand, and what tools can get them to reach their end user. And then Cairo would work it backwards. We work with pastoralists, they need this and this and this, and then it kind of merges backwards. So rather than a top-down, since we have enough top-down things, we need to work from the bottom up. A really good example, which goes to some of the challenges that were discussed before, is that you hear from machine learning and earth observation people that we need training data. We need a lot of training data. And the solution for training data is not, in my opinion, I should say, people driving around in SUVs, to go to villages collecting data. The solution might just be to work with existing institutions within the local communities, county extension agents, universities that are within those regions to actually do the data collection, but that feeds into a broader context. So it's not as just data collection to produce a fantastic product, but it is data collection to meet a specific need for that specific community. I'm 100% certain that a county extension agent is a much better position to collect the right data than I am in a much more efficient way. So, considering the user as a way of inspiring what you do, I think is really important.
Okay, thank you so much. So, are there any divergent views or additions?
Not quite divergent, but I think one thing which is noticeable here, even from what the two have talked, is for them, about them, with them. Because definitely, whatever is done, it has to, even in terms of the quality, what exactly are we looking at is from the community side. So customization of different aspects, what will fit them, is what is important, and that's why the role for community is quite very huge, not only in terms of data collection, but also in terms of progress monitoring and giving out information all the time, but also in ensuring that the same information is accessible by them at whatever time they require. Thank you.
Yes, and maybe I can add the dimension of using farmer organizations as the nexus of data sourcing, given that agricultural activities at the grassroots, particularly when you have to say that you have already mapped that this region has this product or produce. Now the next thing is, can that be used if we mapped and showed that the potential of that area is so much? How do you ensure that what the farmers are doing now aggregates to actually demonstrate that really what was projected, because we predicted using our geospatial intentions, that is actually what has been realized, or there is a variance. And then you can be in a position now to enhance your agricultural practice on the basis of mapping that you actually did to predict how much has been collected and consumed, and then you are also now seeing that yes, the prediction and what is happening on the ground. So the farmers' transactional engagement gives you now another parameter of ground truthing what indeed you captured on the satellite imagery. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think to summarize, basically what we are all saying is the farmer is integral to basically the local community. They're integral to our use of Earth observation data. And I think for the audience, that the question may be, the entire panel, what we have discussed has to do a lot with crop production. So maybe what I bring in is, what are the emerging technologies that can be used, especially now with livestock production, with respect to Earth observation? So maybe one can start.
Yeah, so the question is on the technologies, you mean? Yeah. So I think technology is there. So that we are talking now about the data science. We're talking about drones, multi-platforms, integration, data fusion. So technologies are there. I think that delivering at the end relies on the, let's say, on the energy these technologies consume. So I mean, so we have satellites, but we have tons of petabytes of data. So, okay, the technology is there to store the data, but getting the data, storing the data, spreading the data has a cost. So it's not, I'm not talking about technology actually. I'm talking about, yeah, the cost of the technology. If we are talking about implementation, for example, machine learning, some cases are super specific and very local. They are consuming time, they are consuming energy in terms of, okay, technology is there, but again, we need to do something that is sustainable, and technology must be also sustainable in the sense that we need to get funded in kind. We need to get funded with money to sustain these activities. So I don't think the hurdle is on technology. The hurdle is more on the how to sustain the application or the delivery, what we can do as a community. I say the ones in here and you there and the others outside. So yeah, how can we sustain this technological development? So I see programs the good is that we have long-standing programs like Copernicus, the Lancet programs like Harvest funded by NASA in the long term and so on. But yeah, is that enough to really address a challenge like food security? Yeah, I think that, well, it's a mix. I don't think I put an answer but a question on top of the question. So I'm sorry for that.
Okay, thank you so much. Catherine, finally, before we take questions from the audience.
I think you've heard the word machine learning, AI a lot this already from the panel in the morning. And there's this assumption that the machine learning community knows what they're doing automatically about a lot of things. And there's also the other assumption that we just take what they do. And I work with a lot of machine learning people. It's even in my bio. So what I think the community themselves are recognizing, there are lots of consequences, ethics, about what people's data are used for. So it was discussed in the morning. We develop a model for, let's say, crop type mapping. What could the negative outcomes be for a farmer? You might not think about it. Sometimes you say, oh, but the satellite data can't hurt anybody. We map crops, that's it, you know, whatever. But to use this example, you might find that a private company uses this as a way of buying really cheap produce from the farmer, so that actually disadvantages the farmer. And that could be absolutely 100% enabled by machine learning and earth observations, because everybody can see everywhere. And so this is really critical, it's really important, and it is really exciting. There is a lot of interest using computer vision for field boundary identification, for disease detection. So it's really, really exciting. And in terms of the machine learning community, they are interested in working on more real-world problems. You hear this a lot, rather than toy problems. So rather than counting cats in pictures, it is about like detecting disease. It shouldn't stop at detecting disease. I think the other is, while we're getting better products, better processing, more satellite output, one of the critical things is about communication and packaging. So while we can produce really fantastic maps, put them up on a website, while anybody, in quotes, anybody can go and analyze conditions with one of the systems that I showed, that information needs to be packaged and communicated within the right medium that the farmer you want to reach can access it. And so that part is, you know, largely not done, or done really well. And I think it's something that needs to be, you know, on the top of our minds. Like, how do we convert these pixels into potentially a farmer program that tells them this is what's happening, and a farmer actually does that. And so I think those are some of the things that I personally keep thinking about. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much. So I think we're in agreement that the opportunities and the technology exists for exploitation of Earth observation data towards solving food security issues. But there are also emerging technologies, and the technology, as Juan pointed out, is still there too. Deal with those challenges. So we shall take 2 questions from the audience, so that in the interest of time we keep the session brief. So questions? Yes, the gentleman in blue, please. In? Oh, there are 2 of them. Oh, okay, I'll ask.
Thank you. My question is for the lady from Calro. I'm asking this because I not agree very much with what she said. Actually, you said about the spatial resolution, no? You said that we need higher spatial resolution. Then please, which resolution do you need? Why 10 meters is not enough? So I like from you something more specific on the spatial resolution and the reason why 10 meters, for instance, are not enough.
So the question is for you, Janet. What is the ideal resolution for you at Calro?
Okay, thank you for the question. Currently, I think the resolution that we are using it is at 30 meters, but if we can get to 3 meters there or even below, that one can be more accurate and high. Thank you.
I can maybe add to the question. So majority of crop fields within Eastern Africa are very, very small. So even at 10-meter resolution, you can't actually see a field boundary. You're always absolutely almost aggregating. And so even though 10 meters works really well for Europe, it was, you know, if you're looking at Sentinel-2, if you're looking at Landsat, it was built for the US. 30 meters is perfect for the size of fields in the US. fusing that data with other data sets works really well. Within what we're trying to do, we sometimes fuse it with planet data at 3-meter resolution. But if you were to actually really look at a map, you can't do any field scale type analysis. You can't disaggregate what's going on in a specific field. And going to the point that she made earlier about having mixed crops, you not only need higher resolution, you need hyperspectral data. And you might even start thinking about things like LiDAR, you know, to know whether it's, I don't know, maize mixed with beans versus something else. And so, you know, it's something that if a satellite is designed for smallholder agriculture, it might need to be that, or otherwise the agriculture has to change to fit the satellite. So it's already been said and done and known that large-scale agriculture is actually not sustainable. So African agriculture can't become like US agriculture or European agriculture. Maybe there might be an in-between. And it might not be necessary to go, you know, sub 5 meter, but maybe once every year we can have a very high resolution map for Africa. And I don't think that's an unreasonable ask.
Okay, so thank you so much. Another question? Final question.
Thank you so much for all of you. And it's wonderful. I'm a technology person. I love data. But I've also been working with anthropologists and sociologists and recognize the importance of traditional ecological knowledge and local ecological knowledge. So in your models and that you have here in the integration of data, are you considering and bringing in that local knowledge into the systems that you are building?
I think maybe kindly one more time.
My question, I guess, in terms of your data-driven solutions, data-driven models, knowledge and information comes in different forms. And so you have your local knowledge, you have your indigenous knowledge, your, how is that knowledge being incorporated, or is it not, or should it be, incorporated into your information systems so that the local people are equal partners and you can have culturally appropriate solutions?
Thank you, and that's a very interesting question because most times when you're looking into space and technology, we forget local knowledge or indigenous knowledge. And I think earlier on we also mentioned that it's for the people, by the people, for the communities, by the community, with the community. And I think this is where it brings all this information or the complexity in terms of what policy is giving, what the local knowledge is having. And there are at various levels. I know we at FAO, we're really looking into working directly, we are working directly with farmers in a way that to appreciate what exactly they are doing and how they have been doing it, including the livestock and the pastoralism land users. So as you are able to really advise better, but also inform better in terms of if there's any modernization or any new technology coming, how can it really work with the communities? Because we all know that it's good to change and to reform, and this is a whole process. Sometimes it's very, very hard to change ways for communities so easily. So you have to really, be able to capacity build all the time. But actually, that's some of the things which are happening. And I think a good example will be with the maize, and Carlo will attest in terms of how maize was adopted in Kenya and how is actually, how they are really looking forward to, or working out to be able to really change the mindset against maize productivity, what alternatives we have, and how to really influence the communities in that. So I think that's very important, and I think that is some of the main or priority ingredients when you are talking about tools, you're talking about technology. So as you are able not only to inform, but also give better options if there are any, but appreciating what is already existing as local knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So I think we've come to the end of our session, and just to end the session, a vote of thanks to all of you for sticking through with us. Now, the experts are available after this session. You can meet with them. I think they can all attest to the fact that they're ready to collaborate and talk to you, right? Yeah, they're ready. So thank you to the delegates and also to the Kenya Space Agency and partners who have sponsored this wonderful event. I hope that we can see more of this. And I think the question is not why is Africa looking to space, but why weren't we looking to space before? So thank you so much and have a lovely afternoon. Okay, so there's some gifts to be awarded to the speakers. I'd like to call Mark from the Kenya Space Agency to award the speakers.
On behalf of the agency and for the session, may I please award Ms. Nakalembe? You'll find out what is inside later. Okay. And on behalf of our speaker, Mr. Beltran, my problem. Juan Suarez from Africultures. I'd like to award this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Eunice. Thank you, our panelists. Haven't they done justice to this session? Was somebody sleeping? If you're sleeping, raise your hand. I wonder how you would be hearing me if you're sleeping. Anyway, thank you so much, and thank you for being a great audience. We want to quickly move to the next session. But before that, can I have 2 minutes that we can stretch? Please stand and stretch. Stretch to your left, stretch to your right. We need blood to flow. Tutaki kwenda hospitali after here. Yeah, please stretch, text, tweet, M-Pesa. It's okay. As we get ready to for the next session, which I would like to invite Dr. Kuria. Yeah, 2 minutes to stretch. Call if you need to make a call quickly. And then let's sit again for the next session. Dr. Kuria Thiongo, you're here. Please, sir. All right, thank you.
So good afternoon, and I'll request that we remain in space, but this time around not for food security, but instead we'll be tackling applications of Earth observations for natural resource management. And to assist us with this, we'll be having 2 speakers to help us delve deep into this. They'll then be joined by 3 panelists. And finally, we'll have a session, a Q&A session for the audience. So, you okay with the presentation? You'd like to? Okay. So as they prepare for the presentation, I would like to call on our first presenter, that is Ms. Faith Mutwiri. Ms. Faith Mutwiri is from the Kenya Forest Service. So perhaps you can be introducing yourself as we get ready with the presentation. Karibu.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity, and also for the Kenya Space Agency for having this opportunity for the geospatial. Now, my name is Faith Mutwiri. As our moderator said, I'm from Kenya Forest Service, again as the Chief GIS Remote Sensing Officer in the institution, working mainly on the geospatial data in relation to forestry, and really have vast experience in forestry and also in GIS and remote sensing. This is over 10 years experience. Before, I've worked in RCMRD, in DRSRS, and now currently at the Kenya Forest Service. Now, I see my presentation is ready. It's working? Okay. So thank you very much. Shortly, I want to talk about the Kenya Forest Service. It's established by Forest and Conservation and Management Act 2016, which is mandated to protect, conserve, and manage all public forests. And currently, we are managing approximately 2.9 million hectares of forest. And the service is also obligated to prepare and submit to the Cabinet Secretary a forest resource assessment report once every 2 years. So the presentation I want to make is about the National Forest Resource Assessment that we have done in the 2021. And this report has been launched by His Excellency, the President, on 27th May this year. So I really want to start by appreciating how far we are from. We have done various mapping as an agency, which was the first one in 2013, used a resolution of 30 meters, and did that also national wall-to-wall land use land cover and also forest cover. Also did another one using a 10-meter, and currently what we have done and what we want to report about is what we have done with the high resolution image between 0.5 and 0.3 meters. The report was basically to talk about the national tree cover mapping. I want to say that this is the first time that we have done a tree cover mapping in the country, a national wall-to-wall tree cover mapping, then a forest cover mapping, and a land use land cover mapping. So the rest we have done them before, but for the tree cover mapping, this is the first time that we have done this in the country. Now, much appreciation to JNAM, because these were the main supporters who provided to us the high resolution images. And at the same time, also with staff, as you've seen there, we used 40 government officers, both from KFS and Office of the President, which is JNAM, and the very high resolution images provided to us by them, through them, IT infrastructure, and specifically also used an open source software. Now, this as a forestry sector, it's good that I say what the difference between a tree and a forest. And a tree is a woody perennial plant 2 meters height, with several or one or several stems having a definite crown, which includes bamboo, palms, the fruit trees, but excludes non-perennial woody, such as banana and shrubs and climbers. However, a forest, this is a group of trees, if I may put it that, but then we are looking at these trees that have an area of a minimum 0.5 hectares and 2 meters height, and primarily not under agriculture. Within the mapping, then we are able to separate both in the forest land, what is moderate, dense, and open. Now, the methodology is there as explained in the flow charts and the type of the high resolution images that we have used for this mapping, for the tree cover and the and the forest cover, and the processes that have been used to, or the major steps of the assessment procedure. Now, we did a ground truthing on this in terms of the methodology. All the points that you see in green have been validated. All of them were visited for the validation purposes of the map. And these are the things that we used for the validation. One of the was the mobile application to be able to collect this data. In the areas on the marine, we use the marine support, which is also, these are the KFS facilities. And then we have the aerial support, also KFS aerial support. And where need be, we got muddy, like the gentleman there. And also all this information was utilizing the technology by having this information being relayed back at real time. When the people on the ground, then it's being relayed into the office at the same time. Now, the output of the resource assessment is, I want to say that currently now, as you have announced, and it was announced by His Excellency, is that we have a tree cover of 12.13%, which is what we have reported currently. And then this data is also available at a county level, where we have the county with the highest tree cover is Nyeri, and the lowest is at 2% is Marsabit. So this information is also available. Now, the next product is about the forest cover, and currently we stand at 8.83% for the whole country. And we also have the same information for the county. However, we want to say, I put a caption there saying that the significant forest cover captured in ASAL areas, in Samburu and Turkana. So these also areas have high forest cover, despite them being termed maybe in the ASAL or in the drylands. And these areas also have a potential for increasing tree and forest cover. The third output is our land use land cover, where we have other classes, of course, which are not forests and have been outlined there. And that we have for the whole country as that. And thank you. But I want to say about this report is also available at our Kenya Forest Service website. You can get this full report from our website. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Moso, for being so precise and direct and setting the theme for our discussion this afternoon. So, next speaker will be Mr. David Ongo. Mr. David Ongo is from the, it says Regional Center, but RCMRD, yeah? Okay. Okay. All right, so karibu.
So, hello, good afternoon. My name is David Ongo. I work with the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development. I know it's a mouthful, but that's where we are. I'll be presenting on this particular topic, that is the trending issues into the future of natural resource management using the Earth observation. So allow me to use this one. Yeah, so I'd like to point out that, first of all, this is a very wide area for me to present. It doesn't have a specific way in which it can be done, but I'm going to try to beat my sister Faith's time to make sure maybe I've done it in 5 minutes. So let's see. So a little bit about myself, not so much, but I've been quite in the field for a while now. My background is in geography, Moi University, then MSc Earth Observation and GIS from University of Twente. So I work with the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development. We are based in Kasarani. The organization, as earlier said by the Director General, we were established in the 1975 by the UNECA and OAU. We are serving about 20 member states, both contracting and contracting. Yeah. So natural assets or raw materials occurring in nature that can be used for economic production or consumption. That is what natural resources are in a nutshell. And most of them can either be renewable or non-renewable, as can be seen. Okay. They're quite variety from animal resources, wind, oil, and other mineral resources, soil, coal, forest resources has already been presented by my sister Faith, water resources, solar energy. So there are quite a lot. And anything that can be seen by the satellite can also be monitored here. So just to give you a glimpse of how useful some of the resources that we're having. That's a mobile phone. This is an image from Al Jazeera with depiction of some of the items that can be used to make it. From the mobile body, we have aluminum and titanium. Circuit board, we have copper and silicon. We have tanzanite as well. The battery. All of them, I believe most of you are having them either in your pocket, the mobile phones, and all as a result of the resources that we want to talk about. Other benefits, we have the pharmaceutical. We are in somewhere around the world where we have a lot of tropical forest, and within the tropical forest, we're having a lot of pharmaceutical activities that are taking place, especially when it comes to medicine. Recreational, we have, for the guys who are not within Nairobi, you can visit the Nairobi National Park to have a feel of the recreational value that the natural resources provide to us. We have the industrial, food resources, energy, and also, I like not to talk so much about being the source of conflict. So just to reiterate the importance of Earth observation in monitoring some of these important resources, you can find them within the Agenda 2063 of AU as well as the UN SDGs. And you'll be able to find so many other ways in which the application of Earth observation can be explored. So some of the case studies that I like just to brush through, I'll not talk about the forest that Faith has already talked about, but on the far left upper side we're having, that is Lake Naivasha. And Lake Naivasha has been having, not just Lake Naivasha, but most of the Great Rift Valley lakes, most of them have been expanding. And one good case is both Lake Naivasha and Lake Nakuru. If the case continues, then we are most likely going to have some biodiversity or ecosystem catastrophe. On the image at the center is for air quality, and that is the Nairobi Metropolitan. We were trying to use Sentinel-5P to have a look at few parameters related to air quality, from NOxes, SOx, particulate matter. On the far left, that is the crop mask. That's something that has already been talked about by Dr. Nakalembe and the rest of the team that was previously here. But these are just few areas. Within Kenya, we've done activities related to forest resources mapping in Mau, water resources, the Great Rift Valley lakes, mining from prospecting all the way to monitoring how that particular resource, the closure of the mines, that is, air quality both in Addis Ababa, Nairobi, as well as Dar es Salaam. For land administration, I believe we have Visasa and participants who took part in coming up with that, as well as rangelands. So the challenges that we are currently having are multifaceted. Some people talk about data, and for that, I'll just pose a question. Are we having too much data? Do we have so much information that currently we don't know how to work around it? Or within data, is it the issue of the quality? A lot of things have already been mentioned about in-situ data and AI and machine learning, so I'll not dwell so much in that. But data is one of the challenges that we are experiencing right now, and it is not just satellite data. We have to learn, understand that other than that particular data, we need other social data sets that are very important in making sense of some of the activities that we do related to natural resource monitoring. The skill set, I like to talk about the academia, some sort of disjoint between the academia and the practitioners, especially here. where the field could be changing too fast than what the academia can be able to produce for us. The kind of skills that currently we are looking for in the job market are not the same that we had the past 10 years ago. So are we ready in relation to the amount of data coming up, the amount of skill set that is coming up, and how much this, the field is changing? Then I like to go to hardware and software. This is related to disparity in infrastructures. Other countries are way, way above, while if you go to some other countries, this sort of like internet connectivity is very hard to get in order to explore some other resources that can help you utilize the EO. Then on policy, we have the National Space Agency and the operational NSDI. Some countries are far ahead. For example, SANSA, which is very far. Kenya, we've just started, I believe, we will be at par. Just to show what I'm talking about, I believe Landsat Next is having quite different sets of data sets, an additional amount of spectral information that can be harnessed for some of the activities that we're looking for in the future. But if you are not ready to utilize all that information, I think we will be misusing, rather not getting the benefits that we are looking for in this case. So going forward, just to show you Landsat missions since 1972 to maybe in the next few years having Landsat Next, and then the Copernicus missions all the way to 2030 are all coming up with the new data sets just to make sure that we continue monitoring our natural resources. But again, we need to balance. We have to strike a balance between the programs that are being done continentally, as well as those, cascade them to national programs, then have this complementarity. There are so many people around this particular room probably just dealing with one aspect, forest monitoring. And we are so disjointed that we are not sure who is doing what at what particular time. Then we need to strengthen some of the institutions as well as data infrastructure and human capital in order to move a little bit forward. So you can get more information about some of the presentation and some of the aspects that I've done, that we've done as RCMD as well as the Digital Earth Africa. Thank you so much. How have I done?
Actually, if we round off to the nearest whole number, I don't know if there'll be any difference between the two timings of the two presentations. Thank you very much for that. So, our speakers for today will be joined by some panelists. These panelists, I would request them to join us on stage, and that is the first person will be Miss Lucy Waruenge. Okay, no pressure. Then next we'll have Dr. Joseph Mukeka. Thank you. And finally, we shall have Mr. Willie Simons. So I had the feeling that I might not do justice if I did the introduction myself. So I decided that I'll give you an opportunity, 2-3 minutes, perhaps for the panelists to introduce yourself briefly. Please.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Lucy Waruenge. I'm the Executive Director of the African Conservation Center, which is a Kenyan NGO working in the region, largely East Africa, looking at issues of natural resources, looking at issues of habitat, flora and fauna trends, distribution, looking at impacts of climate change, especially on the savanna grasslands of East Africa, and also really involved in mapping and biodiversity data management tools and products for decision making. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, as you have been already told, I'm Joseph Mukeka. I work with the Wildlife Research and Training Institute. For those of you who are new, or even Kenyans themselves, Wildlife Research and Training Institute is a new institution that has been cloned from the Kenya Wildlife Service. So the institute is not more than 1 year old. We started operating last year, July, and we are still in transition. I'm a principal research scientist. My interests are in GIS, remote sensing, landscape ecology, and I also have a lot of interest in conservation biology, wildlife population dynamics, and so forth. Thank you. Pleasure meeting you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Willie Simons. I'm the Managing Director of Spatiality. It's a private company that deals with big data location analytics. Well, anyway, that's the intention. But, you know, opportunities have not been too many. I think it's been challenging to operate in a private business in Kenya. So I think I spend a lot of my time on learning new things. So luckily, I'm in a field where, you know, there's always something new. So I spend quite a bit of my time, you know, machine learning and Python. So keeps me happy all day. The question is, well, I think I've been in the industry for many, many years. I came here in the mid-90s, 94. And I think I've been involved in, you know, the distribution of software. I think that's what people might know me for. Too expensive software. But I think before that I was trained as a soil scientist in the Netherlands. Mm-hmm. But you know, who cares about soils, right? I was looking at soil degradation. Now nobody seemed to be bothered. I think that's still the problem you're facing today. Who's bothered about natural resources?
True.
So hopefully we can make some headway in this session.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Yeah. So I'm sure the management of natural resources is quite a wide area. And I know even if we spend the whole week over here, we might not be able to exhaust. So perhaps we can try and perhaps summarize and give our own experiences. In the experiences that you have summed up over the years, dealing with the natural resources, their management, their conservation, what can you identify as probably the greatest challenge based on your experiences and your working with the management and conservation of natural resources? Perhaps you can start with you, Mr. Willis.
Okay. I think it's been mentioned in the previous session. I think the biggest challenge we have is the stakeholder engagement. And stakeholders, you know, I would like to maybe rephrase that in the term of the end user, because we do stakeholder engagement, but we tend to invite all the government agencies, but I think you actually have to to connect with the people that you're trying to help. And I think that causes the fact that, you know, a lot of the solutions that we are developing, I think they seem to be more technology and data driven than need or user driven, and I think that's a big challenge. But I think there's also a benefit to engaging the users. I think they need to be involved from the onset. And I think it has also been mentioned, particularly in node observation, you know, you have eyes in the skies, but you also need eyes on the ground. And again, the information that you collect, I think it is to be used for decision making, planning, I don't know what. You know, we have this idea of, yes, there is the earth, but you also need to change the actions and the behavior of the actors, which, you know, tends to be the people on the ground. So yes, I mean, even if it comes to ground truthing, you know, well, you can use your own style, I don't mind, but that is an opportunity now to start engaging with, you know, the local communities. Why do we need trees anyways? I think it's important.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I think basically, you are talking about the challenges based from my experience. I've been in the wildlife conservation for at least around 20 years. And I think there are others who have been in the field longer than I have been. But however, natural resources is actually very broad. And for my response, definitely I have to be biased towards wildlife management. What have been the issues? What has actually been happening? And some of the main issues actually rotate around increasing human population and climate change. Yeah, the issue of increasing human population with regard to habitat, the space that wildlife use, that they want to utilize, the resources, the food, the water, the space is actually contracting. A very good example is when I joined Kenya Wildlife Service way back in 2001, just next to Nairobi, Athi Kapiti, you would be able to see zebras, imbalas, all sorts of ungulates. Today is not possible to see that. This has been because of urban sprawl. Nairobi city is growing. There is quite a lot of immigration of people from rural areas trying to look for more land to settle. There are also coming up industries and so forth. So what is likely happening on the conservation arena right now with increasing human population is we are having a reduction in the wildlife habitat. And when you reduce wildlife habitat, what really happens is that the numbers of wildlife will go down. With regard to, we know that tourism earns about 10% of the GDP. That's the estimate as per KNBS, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And this is likely to impact Kenya negatively. So we've been witnessing a lot of competition from agriculture. I know my colleagues really talked about agriculture. And agriculture is a land use. Wildlife conservation is a land use. Forest conservation is a land use. And all these are land uses, but they are competing. The issue comes in, which is more enterprising of these land uses. Is it agriculture? Is it wildlife conservation? And that is now where wildlife conservation started facing very, very, very grievous challenges. We've seen contraction in wildlife range. We know that wherever you find wildlife, most of those areas are also very good for agricultural production. A good example is Masai Mara, where we have wild beasts coming from Tanzania during the Great Migration, is where people want to plant their wheat. So right now, Kenya does not support conservative utilization of wildlife. You cannot crop your wildlife as we used to do way back before 2004. And the question is, whose wildlife is it? So we are facing challenges because wildlife requires space, and this space is also required by other enterprising land uses like agriculture, livestock production, and so forth. I think climate change has been talked about quite a lot. Right now, I think from agriculture we have a notice that this year we are not going to get a lot of rainfall. If we don't have rain, it does not only affect agriculture, it also affects our wildlife. Our wildlife will die, and there is likely going to be increased human-wildlife conflicts. I think the challenges posed by the challenges that I've seen so far with regard to wildlife conservation are actually quite diverse. And I think one of my greatest colleagues can actually allude to that. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. I think to add to what our colleagues have said, I'd just like to highlight 2 points with regard to the challenges of natural resource management. One is unsustainable exploitation, that we are taking from the earth more than we can sustainably continue to extract if we're to have enough, not only for our generation, but also for generations to come. But that is also coupled with our land governance arrangements. So when you have people who determine to undertake a certain land use for their own livelihood or for commercial enterprise, over time we're undertaking activities on units of land that are not the optimum size to undertake that exercise. So if I take for an example pastoralism, I saw in the study from KFS, Kenya has 70% grasslands. Kenya is 2/3 rangelands. And so most of our pastoral livestock economy is in that 2/3 rangeland. Yet you look at our current land practice, we're subdividing land into 20 acres, 8 acres in those rangelands. And those are not units in and of themselves, if they are fenced, that can sustain pastoralism in the rangelands, that needs mobility, that needs access to dry season refuge grazing areas, that needs areas for dispersal in the wet season. So our land governance practice on the ground does not match our optimum sustainable land use for different types of land uses. And so there's a great disconnect as people aspire to improve their livelihoods and undertake what seems suitable to them at the time. It's either done at an inappropriate scale because that's just the land they have, or it's not the optimum land use for that area. And so we end up suffering from what we read as the tyranny of small decisions. There are many independent small decisions being made on land use instead of looking at broadly if we're to zone areas for their optimum value, what land arrangements then do we have? In some areas, communal land arrangements for governance, not for ownership. You can own individually, but you can govern communally. But those are areas I think in this country we need to explore more so that we're not left to every individual needing to make a decision on the natural resource that's on their land as if their action does not impact another natural resource upstream or downstream. So I think that whole fragmentation and overexploitation has created a huge challenge on natural resource management. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to say we have to protect our land. And land, we cannot create any more land than what we already have. We have boundaries, and whatever amount of land we are currently having have to be protected. Case in point is the opportunity, I call it opportunity cost within well, like what Dr. Lucy Warungi just mentioned, people prefer setting up that kind of land is very fertile and can be used for a variety of so many other uses. The first panel that was here was talking about food security. So how can we talk about food security yet the most finite resource that we have is currently being used for a totally different different use, in this case real estate. Yet we have other areas that we can actually set up those kind of land uses. So the only thing that we need to do is back again land policy, land laws. So my second point in relation to natural resources management, I think we need to find ways of tying the knot, completing the loop. A lot of statistics have been given by our colleague here from KFS on how much forest we have and the target that we're looking for. Can we start planting the trees? Can we actually start finishing? Because we have the statistics, we know where the trees are supposed to be planted. Can we actually do the planting of the trees? If we go to water quality issues, water-related issues, we have lakes are expanding. The quality of water is going down, but what else can we do? There are various, there are water specialists that can go into that to close the loop, to make sure that whatever recommendation that comes up from some of these reports is actually closed and we have something that is tangible. We have urban planners, all professionals that dealing with these, some of these finite resources. The case in point is land here. We have to find ways in which we complete the loop and tie the knot and make sure that whatever resource that we are looking for, we complete it by either the policies or the laws to either govern or upheld whatever is going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Then Ms. Muteri.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. And my colleagues have already talked about the conversion of land because I have more bias into the forestry sector where we have the encroachment also affecting the forestry sector, people going to the forest and also converting that, and it causes a lot of conflict, both for the wildlife and the forestry sector. However, I want to mention something that they have not mentioned, which is the forest fires, which is a challenge, especially in the dry lands and also during the dry season, as people move in to look for maybe some honey or something like that. This causes a lot of forest fires in our forest and of course others. And then also we have a challenge of also the invasive species. As much that we want this to grow and the trees also, we have also the invasive species coming in and also taking over. And the other thing that I would say is also about data. Now, David here, my colleague, asked that whether we have really a lot of data or whether we have no data. Previously, we have said that we don't have data, lack of data as a challenge. But now I think also we have more data, but this data is not in one place. So we have KWS having data, we have KFS having data, we have your institution having data, all this data concerning the forestry sector or a sector in the natural resource management. However, it's not in that one place where everyone is able to access. And if you look at what you have done currently as the Kenya Forest Service is have that report that you have done put in the website. Let everyone see it, let them use it, the county government, any agency, government agencies, to avoid duplication and also to know that this thing really exists and helps others. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I thought it was important that we, since we come from a diverse field, that we get to know the challenges that each one of us is getting. But perhaps I've been reminded quite a number of times about the time. So there has been an evolution in terms of the resolution of the data that we've been having. We've been talking of 90 meters down to 30 meters. Now we are taking up to sub-centimeter data. How is this data, the resolution of this data, assisting in addressing these challenges that have been there, that you've been facing? How is this evolution in the resolution of these data from low resolution to high resolution? How is it aiding in your resolution of these challenges? But perhaps for this, we can take how many? 3 minutes? We'll be safe with 2 minutes. Okay, I think we'll be safe with 2 minutes. So we can start with you, Ms. Warenge. Yeah.
Thank you. I think if we are to ensure we are using data fit for purpose, there's some decisions that don't need high resolution data, but I think the evolution of high resolution data has made it possible to be more precise at the local scale. And I'm thinking here at county level, and county has become our level of operation, or ought to be our strongest level of natural resource management frameworks. And at this point, for the counties that have interrogated and worked on county spatial plans and county integrated development plans, being able to have data that looks at their land use, land cover at scale. We did some work also looking at the degradation index in Kajiado and Masai Mara, using some of the data from the Horn of Africa. So being able to have data that helps make decisions at the appropriate scale of decision makers. In the past, we'd have national data sets, but we wanted decisions at a district level. And that would be difficult because then you're generalizing too much. I've seen here samples of data being, pulling out even different crops. And so I think county level decision making is really being empowered, and that's important for this country. Thank you.
So,
2 minutes.
Well, as a professional, I think my appetite for high-resolution data is always very high. I'll always prefer working with something that can give me the most and the best possible. So in relation to that, I think the other point that comes in is to get the resolution, I need to go to the ground. So my appetite will always be up. But again, that being said, I concur with what Dr. With fit for purpose sort of information. If it works best at that particular scale, then it's okay. Work with it, provide the information, tie the knot, have the results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Puchit.
So thank you. Data will answer one big question. What do you have? As Kenya Forest Service, what are you managing? What are you doing? For example, we're asking ourselves, how much tree forest cover do we have? So this answers that question. But also, I will agree with Waruige because it's at different levels. Remember, we are saying that we need to plant more trees to meet the target that His Excellency has put for us. But for us to be able to plant and grow, not just to plant, but we plant and grow the tree, we need to know the status and do the monitoring. However, within the high resolution. But we just need just a status of how we are, then even 10-meter resolution will do. So this is really specific to what exactly we are doing. But the big question is, what do you have and what have you done about it? Should answer all those questions for every institution. Thank you.
Then, Mr. Hilly.
Yeah, I think it depends on the purpose. So if you do want to do land cover mapping, I think, Sentinel or Landsat will do. But if you want to do a habitat suitability monitoring, you need information about vegetation types, so you need higher resolution data. I also want to say, I think David made that point, it's not just about Earth observation data, you need also vector data. Typically you want to aggregate your data to a level that informs decision making. So you need, and again, it's not just, sometimes it's too much about exploratory exploratory analysis. So we use Earth observation to find out whether there's a problem. But of course, we already know there's a problem. But I think we have to get more into diagnostics. So what explains the way things are, and that of course becomes part of the solution. So we can start moving from exploratory to diagnostics and predictive. So we would know what to do in order to address these issues.
So thank you. Then finally, Dr. Mukeka.
Hello? Yeah, I think as far as I'm concerned is the higher the better. But of course, we also need to realize that technology is not moving backwards. So we had 30-meter resolution, we had 5-meter resolution, 10-meter resolution. And if the engine has moved from the carburetor, we have now FFI, it's not possible for us to go back. So ideally, we'll have to deal with what technology is offering us. But however, that does not mean that the one good thing with the Earth observation, especially Landsat and so forth, is that we really can go back. We have data sets for this country since 1970s, 80s, and up to current. The question comes in, do we discount these data sets simply because we are 30-meter resolution or 50-meter resolution? The issue is about what is it really that we are mapping out. Yeah, and we also know that platforms like the drones, their resolution is just like real, it's just like your eye. We are using that to even monitor wildlife. So technology has grown, and then I think for me, is we move forward, but we still cannot discard things that were done 20 years, 30 years ago, simply because probably the resolution was lower. But remember, even when the resolution was lower during that time, the human footprint on Kenya's landscape or even elsewhere in the world definitely was not as intensive as it is today. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. Much appreciated. I'm looking at the points that I've been noting, and we can actually spur a debate that can go the whole evening. But for the interest of time, I will now invite, should I say 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 burning questions to our panelists based on the discussion that has been put across. If it's an issue of time, we still have some time for questions. So don't be worried that there's no time for questions. All right, we have 2. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My question is using Earth observation data to deal with poaching. How have your organizations thought about that particular application?
Probably can make a request. Would it be possible that you direct a question to one of the speakers? Due to time, probably you can direct
I'll invite
to...
a volunteer. I don't know exactly who might have worked on this. So,
all right.
Yeah.
So the question was clear? Please come again then. Please come again then.
My question is on poaching. Have we used, how has Earth observation data been used for that particular problem set? Because it mixes some security elements to that. It's a hard topic. You can't use 10-meter resolution to find poachers, right? So has you found a way to apply existing capabilities to that problem set?
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms.
Yeah, I think, thank you for your question. Yeah, with regard to Earth observation and the issue of poaching, we know that poaching poses a very serious threat to wildlife conservation in Kenya, especially for the elephants, for the rhinos, and other equally highly threatened species. What I can say for now is we use there's an effort to use drones right now. Drones are being used by the Kenya Wildlife Service to monitor wildlife, and especially more so in very small protected areas. Drones are also very well being used in some of these conservancies in Laikipia, north of Kenya, where the conservancy is actually very, very small, and they are able to effectively monitor the entire extent of the sanctuary using drones. But however, we also have to realize that sometimes when you want to monitor very large ecosystems like the way we have in the Kenya Wildlife Service, like the Savo ecosystem, sometimes it has not been very possible because the area is very big. It's about over 20,000 square kilometers. But however, there have always been trials. I've seen them in research, and this is something that is really coming up, where there is a use of drones, there is a use of telemetry, either by use of tagging. You can tag the animal. It can produce geolocations which can be sent to a server for geofencing, something like that. I think that is the take I have on it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then we had one more there.
Thank you so much, our panelists. My question goes to Dr. Mkeka. We know that our wildlife is highly dependent on biomass, and we know that the kind of the habitat that the animals lives in the natural forest, which has the herbaceous, has the shrubs and the indigenous trees. How do you monitor the biomass within those habitat areas using the other observation?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think the issue there is basically about biomass. There are two ways that we can monitor biomass. Either we can do it directly. That's we can do surveys, we go into the field, we measure the biomass, either using just the direct methods that we normally use. But however, there are efforts that we use that can be used and applied with other observation. For instance, a simple index like NDVI, EVI, those are very simple indices that have been used in remotely sensed data that can actually be used to monitor biomass over time. And you can be able to monitor biomass periodically or phenologically, last year, this year, to compare how the trends in biomass productivity within a protected area or within the habitat where the wildlife are. So Earth observation is one key area where we can be able to use to use it to monitor biomass. Indeed, NDVI, EVIs, and other vegetation proxies are normally biomass indicators. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We really appreciate your contributions. I think we have really done justice to this topic. Despite the limited time, I'm sure if we had more time, we would have been able to delve deeper into it. But given the time and the circumstances, I really appreciate your experiences, sharing your experiences and your insights into the natural resource management using Earth observation. And before we bring this to a close, I would request Mark, you have something for our presenters?
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Ongo, kindly. So, on behalf of the Kenya Space Agency and for the Kenya Space Expo, please accept this small gift. Thank you. On behalf of the Kenya Space Agency and for the Kenya Space Expo, kindly accept this small token for your time.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. I would request that we give the panelists a round of applause for the job well done. So I'd request you to please take your seats. And thank you so much for... Oh, a photo. Tusitoke mkono mtupu. So everybody goes out with something.
Thank you, Dr. Kithiongo, for that very, very informative session. Ladies and gentlemen, from your when you look at your program, we're supposed to be taking our health break, and we have tea waiting for us out there. But you realize we still have one session that I would request that we borrow some minutes, that we take we go through this session as well, because it's very important. Byron, wherever you are. Byron, this session will be moderated by Byron. But in the meantime, the next panelist, please get ready for the next session, as we'll be discussing the role of private sector in Kenya, in the Kenyan space industry. In the meantime, DJ, as we wait for the next session to start, and you take a short breather. I'm not ready yet, but all right. I'll just request the following panelists, please take your positions on the stage. Philip Thigo is the Senior Director of Africa Thunderbird School of Global Management. You're welcome, sir. Dr. Musemi Gakuru is the board member of Kenya Space Agency. Dr. Mohamed El Kosi is the CEO Egyptian Space Agency. Dr. Samuel Donkor is the president ANUC. Please, if you're here, take your position on the stage. Eric Nyadimo is the managing director OCAR Services. I hope I said that right. Susan Murabana is the CEO, the Traveling Telescope. Please take your positions so we can begin this session. All right, I'm informed Eric is not around, and so we'll begin. Thank you, lady. Thank you, gentlemen. But first, let's listen to a keynote speech from Dr. Philip Thigo. Karibu.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I know it's a great bit of shift, but good afternoon again. Can people stand up just a bit? Just for 1 second. See, this is how you know if people are listening to you. And can you take some space and just stretch? Take some space and stretch. Thank you very much. We can sit down. I wanted everybody before we start this session to know that at least you went to space. Right? My role is very simple. My moderator is here. Is to walk you through potentially the role of private sector, especially in Kenya in the space industry. I prepared this presentation with a colleague of mine who worked for the Sophia mission, and so we think this is what potentially is opportunity. I'm trying to move. Can I have? Where do I point this? Okay, sorry. Quickly, I'm Philip Thigo. I wear a couple of hats. UNDP World Economic Forum. So I really speak from a developmental perspective and not necessarily from a commercial, from a very commercial point of view. You can find me online on that. I'm based at Arizona State University, but we have a hub here in Nairobi. We are very much focused around how to be inclusive and not to be exclusive. We really want to see how universities and their research advance public value and public goods. And finally, not just being uprooted, but very much embedded in the economic and social well-being of the society. We have quite a big space program in Arizona State University. We've basically built what we call an ASU space enterprise. And our focus really is early stage companies around space, but also then try and connect with established organizations. We still have potentially one of the largest NASA grants. In August, we actually the lead principal PI for the Psyche mission that we very much democratized, even created a children's book around how to drive the story of space from a very inclusive perspective. The evolution of space economy, of course, we know there was a pre-rocketary space and the first space race that was very much big companies. The second, of course, piece was very much around then the Chinese and the Europeans. The third piece really, which you say Space 3.0, is where I feel Kenya sits. We do not necessarily have the previous capabilities of the previous years, but because technology has become more reachable, there's very much international cooperation around science, there's very much around technology transfer, but also democratization of some certain systems and knowledge. And so we think now countries like Kenya can join in the space race, but very differently. Trying to... Previously, expenditures, as you know, are governments. This is too small. I will not bother you with this. But you can see the expenditure, right? So the bigger the government, the more the expenditure. And so some of us, we are not even in that story. But I think over time, we've seen private sector really getting into the space economy. And this is the first time we saw civilian missions flying to orbit. Interesting enough, the Kenya Space Agency, founded in 2017, is very much a civilian/military space agency, and therefore we see the potential for Kenya, just from the policy perspective, being able to create that kind of enabling environment where private sector can meaningfully participate. We know now that there's quite some substantial investment that is coming from private sector into space, with SpaceX and Blue Origin, of course. I know Planet is in the room somewhere, and we're seeing a lot of those investments. I mean, that has basically jumped from $1 billion 10 years ago to about $5 or $6 billion this year. And that money really is being funded and really put into the space ecosystem. So for space in Kenya, let me go very quickly. I think you've seen this in the morning. I will not belabor this point. But the point now that we have a space agency and have deployed a satellite creates an interesting political and economic environment to show that these things are possible, especially for a country like Kenya. Of course, the problem is, as you see the red arrow, we are still struggling in terms of how we invest in the space economy, and this is something that I know the space agency is pushing very hard. But then, why space, and why should we be in the space race? To break it down really, it's how do we turn satellites, not necessarily looking up or outward, but getting them to look down, especially to solve our problems. For Kenya, bringing it really down these are the 4 big issues, right? Whether it's food systems innovation, and we had that in the morning, whether it's issues around affordable housing and spatial planning, whether it's around dealing with health and health emergencies, or simply looking at how do we improve our manufacturing and capabilities. I've broken it down, the slide will be shared, but just making it very simple, that for private sector to invest, there has to be a problem and something that they need to solve. And for Kenya, if you look at the big 4, there's just so much opportunity in terms of where I say space and the space economy can begin to solve. And we had them, I think, I don't want to waste time in this, we had in all the previous panels, whether it's food systems, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's crop mapping, whether it's insurance. In terms of universal health, we know now during COVID-19, we saw very much around how the science of where, as Esri would say it, and location informatics was very important in terms of how we track and trace the spread of COVID-19. In terms of affordable housing, we know this is still a challenge, but urban planning and urbanization and how the future will be cities is going to be important on how we leverage technology and Earth observations. In Kenya, for example, with your traffic here, we know now that Uber opened up their data, including their geospatial data, to small and medium enterprises who are able to build on top of that capability to provide emergency services. And to that effect, we know now, for example, ambulances in Nairobi, response time have been reduced from about 1 hour 69 minutes to about 15 minutes. And we know that capability now is possible without necessarily having big infrastructure. Digital Earth Africa is in this room, of course, heavily championed by the government of Kenya, leveraging on space capabilities of other countries, but being able to, through a data cube, and to work with local companies, have been able to provide quite interesting solutions around that. So we know this is possible, and you can see there's a lot of faces, including Lieutenant Colonel Nyawade on that table. I think why invest? And why invest in Kenya? And I'm not saying why invest in space. I know there's a session tomorrow that is very much looking at the possibility of a space port in Kenya. But this is something that from Arizona State University and my colleagues working with NASA have identified quite interesting things. One is, of course, the space economy is going to grow anyway. It's heavily civilian, driven by private sector. In this region, we really have nothing that exists. We know space economy, as I've mentioned, can drive the economic sectors. And Kenya has potentially the necessary political stability, resources, and people. That is talent that can drive the economy. What do we think, and this is what we think private sector can do, is how do we invest in space-related activities? How do we also revitalize what is existing and infrastructure that needs to be modernized? How do we ensure that we strike a balance between independence and interdependence by foreign influence? Because something about opportunities like this in most cases is skewed because of technology transfer. How do you ensure that the benefit of space continue to remain and benefit Kenya as much as benefits investors? I think finally is how do we continue such things? Powerful stakeholder engagement and public outreach so that communities, in a previous panel somebody mentioned, understand the benefit of space so that they can be a proponent of this. As we mentioned, Africa really is geographically positioned to be a space leader and powerhouse. We, together with the Imperial College and the Kenya Space Agency, actually exploring the potential of a space port here that can drive this industry. Quickly, of course, Kenya, I don't have to mention all this. We know this is obvious. Earth tilts this way, easterly, spins eastwards, southerly facing at the equator is a no-brainer. Kenya is that location where you can build a space launching pad. Then, of course, finally, I think it starts with industry, as I've mentioned. And this is really always my call to private sector, is how do we ensure that we can work with government in a way that they provide enabling environment in terms of policy, but then private sector continue to invest across the ecosystem and supply chain for space. We've actually mapped this out in terms of the kind of investments we think government needs to create. And where also we need serious industry commitment, not just touch and go. There's also investments that can be plugged in place and ensuring that there's a community engagement. Finally, very practically, this is something that we are doing at Arizona State University. As you know, the International Space Station is going to be decommissioned. We are basically building this up together with Blue Origin and Sierra Space in terms of, we're calling it orbital reef. And this is something that Kenya can start to think about because we are looking at the next 8 years to have this up and running. So already an opportunity for this to be launched from here and its many pieces as we continue to put it up there. The website is there if you want to know what we're doing with this particular initiative. Finally, I think, let me end with this few words. One, I think private sector needs to lead, enabled by government. We need to leverage space for its existing, for the core industries, honestly, and how the space sector can leverage our capabilities. It has to be two sides of the coin. I think capacity building is important. I think we still have a challenge with talent. So how do we build talent around the space ecosystem, including a space for small, for SMEs and innovation hubs? I think we have about 52 in Kenya. How do we develop this launch pad that can offer opportunity for people who want to launch rockets from this area based on a geopolitical, geographic advantage? And I think finally, and this is what maybe we need to think about, is space should not be that far for people to understand and leverage. So how do we create, I think, an Earth and Space Entrepreneurship Center? And this is something that we are committed to work with the private sector so that local startups can be incubated to deal with the length and breadth of what space can offer. We've already started with this. So we, together with the president, 3 weeks ago, launched a full scholarship at no cost around global leadership and entrepreneurship that actually also includes space and space leadership and policy. For those who really want to do some advanced stuff, we're the first university to offer a Masters of Global Management in Space Leadership. We have people from Space Force. We are actually offering scholarships for African countries. So I suggest you look for me at some point, or Kate, my colleague at the back, to the extent of how can we begin to quickly build capability and put Africans in the environment of space and space technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those remarks. Now we'd like to go into the question and answer. And before we pick questions from the floor, I would just take us through a few questions. And because we had already done the introductions as we began, and I will just request that when you get to start answering the question, please reintroduce yourself so that our delegates will know to whom to ask the question. So I'll begin. My first question goes to sir. What are the levels of involvement of the private sector in the space sector in Africa? Please reintroduce yourself and pick that question.
Yeah, thanks. My name is Eric Nyadimo, CEO of Orca Services Limited, a geospatial solutions provider in Kenya and across East Africa. So you've asked a question in terms of private sector involvement in the space sector in Africa, and we find that the private sector is involved in a number of ways. One is in terms of acquisition of imagery, and that is done through the conventional aerial photography or through the use of unmanned aerial vehicles, or commonly known as drones. The private sector is also involved in supply of satellite imagery from the various satellite imagery providers, talking about Maxa, Airbus, Planet, and the rest. And also private sector is involved in processing of that particular data to be able to derive information that can then be used for different applications. Yeah, so we are seeing, of course, there's an increased involvement, especially in the area of drones, because it's a much easier investment for the private sector players. We haven't seen so much involvement when it comes to development of satellites or launching of satellites into space. I could say that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam, your response, what are your perspective in terms of the role of the private sector in the space sector?
My name is Susan Murabana. I'm the CEO and co-founder of the Traveling Telescope. We are a social business, and what we do is promote astronomy and space education using different tools. We have a big portable telescope and a fixed planetarium in Nairobi, the Nairobi Planetarium, and a mobile planetarium. So we go to two main sectors. We go to schools, so education is our key thing, because we need the next space leaders, and we have to inspire the next generation of space leaders in the different sectors that can contribute. And the other part is tourism. So Kenya is uniquely placed. It's right at the equator. That means that we have the whole sky to view. And we also have things looking really nice when they're overhead, if you're looking at Saturn or the moon. And so it's a nice add-on to promote tourism, which we call astrotourism. And those are the main two contributors we bring on board in the private sector towards the space industry.
Thank you very much, Madam. Sir, what do you see as the challenges that the private sector faces in regards to the space industry?
My name is Dr. Sam Donko from All Nations University in Ghana. I personally was responsible in taking Ghana to space. At that time, even the government wasn't thinking about it, but I felt that the private sector could lead in this endeavor. If you look at the history of mankind traveling to space, initially, all of it was sponsored by government, but the dynamics are beginning to change. Everything is changing right now. The private sector is actively involved in it. And we need to, especially in Africa, governments should partner with the private sector, because we all know that the private sector can do things efficiently, cost effectively done. Sometimes government initiatives. It is something the government must support. They should contract out projects to the private sector, and not necessarily to compete with the private sector, but to leverage and to work together. I believe that once we do that, we'll be able to push private participation in the space sector way beyond what it is now. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Dr. Nkosi, a question for you. What opportunities do you see the private sector have in regards to the space industry?
If we speak about the involvement of private sector in space industry, I speak about Egypt. We have two issues: involvement of the private sector in space technology industry, and involvement of the private sector in the industries related to space services, space services. For the first one, involvement of the private sector in space technology, I can say it is very modest, or it is not exist in Egypt. So till now, there is no actual involvement of the private sector in space technology. But if we speak about involvement of the private sector in services related to space, like manufacture of receivers, satellite receivers, manufacturing of dishes, antennas, or routers, or other services related to mobile, these areas are very advanced because it is related directly to profit. It is related to profit, and this is what private sector is seeking for. Private sector is seeking for profit, speed, quick return of money. And this can be achieved by doing industry for services. In the agency, in space agency, we completed what is called gap analysis between what the space industry needs and what is the actual case. We found that this gap is very wide in the space sector, but this gap is not has the same wideness or for the industry related to the government. In the space agency, we already have projects with industry related to the government, especially for making satellite structure, for making payloads, for making antennas, and so on. But on the other hand, we don't have any cooperation with private sector, not because we don't have, because the private sector till now is not able to offer what the space industry for technology is needed. This is the actual situation in which we face. And from the other hand, in the Egyptian Space Agency, we started to establish what is called incubators. And we invite young scientists or young engineers to make start-up projects related to solving actual problems in space technology. And that's in this way we can push this private sector to be involved in space industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Madam, one question for you. What are the areas you think are best practices that African countries, agencies, the space agencies in African countries, especially the private sector, can learn from other countries, especially the West, that are doing really great in terms of space industry?
Good question. I think we should be looking at ourselves internally, not trying to measure ourselves with the yardstick of other countries, but looking at what we have internally as resources, as Dr. Mohammed has said. How can, because I come from the SME perspective, from the startup perspective, you have different organizations as young startups coming up with ideas that could complement the private sector in what they're already doing. That's accelerating that in terms of either programs on top of what is being built, as well as because when you are in the startup space, you are building very fast and very quickly, because the rate at which you are shipping is important, because that depends also on the market. So looking at what we have as resources and complementing that with the private sector, and of course government coming in to accelerate the process is fundamentally important. And we should maybe probably stop talking and doing more. Yeah, I think that's possibly what I could add to the conversation.
All right, thank you. And on the same question, slightly different though, what are the areas in the private sector that you think have not been really properly been explored in regards to opportunities in the space industry to the private sector? What are the areas that have not been properly explored?
I think in our case, one of course is funding, right? As we mentioned previously, there are a lot of investments that are going into the space economy is government. We've seen the Kenya Space Agency budget, right? It's about just 3 million. And so how does private sector work with government to complement how we can collaboratively build a space economy? The second unexplored area is collaboration with small and medium enterprises and academia. Our research institutions are honestly underused. Somebody talked about vanity something. They used an interesting word around projects that are just for not solving real world problems. Is how do we ensure that we can collaborate? For example, target an area, look at the space economy is big. I just talked about food. I know Dr. Catherine and the team are looking at crop mask, but we had issues of resolution, right? But then how do you also build the last mile application that you can monetize, whether it's insurance applications, and this is something that these guys are very good at, but then also private sector can actually invest in that space. So I see, the thing about Africa is there are many problems. And when I see problems, I see opportunity. Where we fail is we don't collaborate in how we can better fix this. Academia, honestly, I'm from that space. We need to step up. We need to recognize that our median age is 19. So we have a resource and a talent that is ridiculously innovative. Believe me, these guys are amazing. And then government that simply needs to enable. And that is where private sector, for me, can speak for innovators who may not necessarily be organized. Because private sector in most cases have a lobby group or a part of a, like a BMO, right? A business management, a business membership organization, but also have reach beyond the country in terms of just collaboration. And when I say sometimes private sector, when you see the many private sector companies here, they're not indigenous. They're American or European, but then have an office here. So that's also an opportunity in terms of how do we ensure that that technology transfer is also a little bit equitable. Yeah, so those will be my comments.
Thank you so much. Pick up point from there, bring the technology home, and we can solve problems here. Thank you so very much. I would like to pick a few questions from the floor. We've done pretty good with the time, so I'm trying so much that we don't take more than 15 minutes or 10 in this question and answer. Please, if you have a question, go direct to the point. Mics on the floor. Who's going first? Any question to our panelists? One or two? Did we understand everything or did we not hear anything? Either of. Any question? There's one? Oh, okay, great. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. My question is, how can the private sector lobby? Because we've been informed. Around October, there will be a Kenya Space Bill that will be regulating the whole space economy in terms of private sector being able to, in terms of the nanosatellites, in terms of the launching pads, in terms of the radars and the sensors. How can the private sector engage the government such that there will be more stakeholder involvement? There will be more government support. Because a lot of times in terms of startups, we may have the laws, yes, but various bureaucratic processes usually prevent startups from growing further.
Thank you so much. Please, any of us who can take that question? I think it's directed to all of us. Yeah. And the vote goes to... All right.
I come from mostly outreach, so our company is trying to popularize astronomy and our night sky for various purposes. So we've been fortunate to be involved with the Ministry of Tourism. I think there's more that can be done. I imagine, you know, when you're flying into Kenya and you see a photo or a big billboard of our dark skies, because we're so removed from that world. We're removed from the fact that we need, you know, to appreciate our skies. We need to appreciate what we have up there. Not just for us, you know, in the cities, but think about the people in rural areas. For example, the Maasais and their wildlife are very connected to the night sky or the Samburus. And sometimes looking up makes us appreciate what's here. But as a Ministry of Tourism, is bringing in other ways to bring revenue into the country, not just through the traditional beaches and, you know, going for a safari, but also having what we call Star Safari. So getting people to pay more. We were fortunate to have a pop idol, Madonna, look through our telescope during the height of the pandemic. But you can imagine the impact a celebrity like her would have and the money she'd spend in Kenya towards supporting education in a community that's really remote. And that's where she was. So yes, we need to work more with the ministries. For us, at least Ministry of Education and Tourism. And we are also already receiving that from at least the Ministry of Tourism.
Yes, sir.
Yes, so let me just say to add a few points onto the response to the question in terms of what can private sector do to push the government or get the government to be able to provide a conducive environment for the private sector. I think we're already doing that. If you look at the area of drones and drone technology, initially it was difficult to be able to make use of a drone and the private sector pushed until the drone regulations were formulated, and so they are in place, and with that we've seen a number of companies that are rising and being able to offer services related to drone technology. So that is in one way or another. The second way is that I've been privileged to chair a task force that is working on the survey policy, national survey policy. Sorry. And one of the things that we have done is to be able to mainstream the use of remote sensing technology insofar as mapping is actually concerned. So making it very clear that the government has to be able to provide funds and be able to provide that environment that would ensure that the remote sensing technology can actually be used to improve on mapping through various means. So this involvement can be through professional organizations, say like Institution of Surveyors of Kenya, or any other professional association that you actually have there to try and push the government into a particular direction. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes.
On the bureaucracy, you spoke about the bureaucracy and what happens when a few players are only winning and preventing other people from winning. And addressing that from the perspective of the startup side, what has worked in terms of what I've seen in collaboration is working with an organization that is already in the market and helping you push your narrative in terms of what you're trying to provide. Because markets are there, everybody will try to block you from trying to, market leaders will try to create their own, they've already created their own market, and obviously they will prevent you. The incumbents will always prevent you from coming into their market. The idea is to create that spirit of collaboration, which I think is already happening in the market right now, but then the pace at which it's happening is not as accelerated as it should. So I guess maybe government and private sector should sit down and consider how they can also bring along the new innovators into the market, because at the end of the day, we will have the same innovations, same kind of technology tools that are being regurgitated in the market, and we are not advancing, and then we'll keep coming here and asking the same question, why are we not innovating? So that collaboration needs to happen at all levels.
Thank you very much. Any last two or one burning question? I may not lock you out. Any burning question? Or we close this session? Burning question 1? Burning question 2? Okay. 3? Okay, the session is closed. If you have any question, as our panelists will be available during the health break as we take tea, coffee, soya, chocolate out there, you can always ask the question. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite, please take back your seats, please. Careful on the stairs. Yes. Yeah. So, yeah, and I would like to invite Charles Mwangi from KSA. Yes, I would like to invite Director Charles Mwangi to hand over the gift for our keynote speaker. We did not forget about you. We remembered.
So, Brother Philip Digo, thank you again for having taken time to prepare for this session. Again, it was quite insightful. Have we given them a big round of applause? Again, and for the moderator as well. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Philip.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right. He's whispering in my ears. Nini. Wakenya. Kierere Wakenya. Okay. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You've been a great audience. Thank you, panelists. I told you by the end of the next 3 days, well, this is already the first day. By the end of this conference, you will be full of knowledge. That I guarantee you, you know. So we are ending today's session. And but it's not it's ending officially, but we can still continue networking. Of course, we have tea served outside. I believe so. I hope I'm not wrong. We have snacks and tea served outside, so we can continue networking as we get ready for tomorrow. We have other sessions, very important ones. We'll be talking about climate change mitigation. We'll be talking about data access in developing countries. So be sure to be here at exactly 9 a.m. as we begin, so that we can end in time. Thank you so very much. I've been your moderator and MC Victoria Munga. Have a blessed evening.
One, two.